reduced productivity, failure to innovate and complex decision-making processes. The government, under the delusion and the red herring of generating employment, continue running public sector undertakings with massive losses. Where are the Achhe Din? Where are the 2 crore jobs promised by the Modi government? How near, or rather how far are we from the 5 trillion economy? HAL, the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, has been sitting on its worst cash balance in the past 15 years. HAL had to borrow 1000 crore rupees to pay salaries. 54,000 jobs in BSNL are in danger. My urge though will remain that jobs of the PSU employees must not be endangered while disinvesting. Government grovelers like Sambit Patra had been installed in the board of directors of major PSUs like ONGC. ONGC had to suffer losses of 4,000 crore in that year. What are the qualifications of Sambit Patra to be installed in an esteemed PSU such as that? For how long, I ask, will this desecration and floxinous of taxpayers' money continue? However, there is a silver lining. The Department of Investment and Public Asset Management, DIPAM, is a step taken in the right direction by the government with the tottering state of PSUs under the Modi regime. The Modi brand of economics thus far has been agatho-catological, mostly skewed towards the negative.
Yeah, so we are here talking about the PSUs, that's the public sector units. So PSUs, the major goal of PSUs was to provide employment. The Sarkari Naukri we all talk about. Why in India the Sarkari Naukri is so populated in the minds of people? Because it has security, it has job security, it has financial security to people. PSUs, they should be government owned because the government provides them a backbone. Like if privatization is happening, that can lead to massive layoff and unemployment of people. Suppose like okay, the government is not functioning properly in PSUs, but the people still have the major employment, the major guarantee that they have something so that they can run their household, so they can feed their families and so they can live in this country. And if I talk about, there was a survey, a world value survey, in which 60 countries were involved about the citizens' attitude towards the private sector, in which we ranked the 55th with Ukraine, Russia and Chile. We believe that state must run businesses, dictate prices and distribution, and remain the primary provider of employment in the nation. That's why I solely believe that the PSUs must not be privatized and should be solely based on the government.
Yes, as you said that the PSUs should be run by the government. I strongly say that it shouldn't be, because it leads to lower productivity and complex decision-making processes. And according to the Bharat Jodo Yatra conducted by Rahul Gandhi recently, he interacted with the employees of the public sector enterprise known as Bharat Heavy Electronics Limited, and he found out that the employees in those public sector undertakings are very dissatisfied with the working conditions over there and the meager salaries. And that is not just the case of one public sector undertaking, many public sector undertakings. Of course, the Modi government has said one other great line, that the government has no business being in business, but the future does indeed seem precarious, with so many of these companies making tempestuous losses and in turn divesting them at paltry sums. The failure to disinvest Air India in 2018 was a huge setback for the government, but then it was sold at a good price, and that is how strategic disinvestments must be promoted by the government. Youth unemployment stands at a whopping 28.26%, and you are saying that PSUs are providing employment. Where are the 2 crore jobs? I ask again. The government, after dragging the economy to ruination, now proposes a grand clearance sale, but these are assets of the government that were assiduously built over the past 70 years, and you are just doing a grand clearance sale at a losses. This is the taxpayers' money we are talking about, and we cannot tolerate the money like that.
Okay, so as you have stated, as the opposition has stated in the speech, that PSUs are responsible for degradation of quality. My good sir, that there is PSU, the Food Corporation of India. Like it belongs to a strategic sector of the PSUs that in which they can't be given to the private sector. They can't be introduced privatization. Why? Because food is such a topic in a nation like India where everyone requires equal standard and equal quality. And if like we all know, privatization, the main goal of privatization is profit maximization. And to get the profits, the companies can go to any extent, they can degrade the qualities of the material just to get profit. So, you tell me, if we give the Food Corporation of India privatization, what can you give assurance that for the profit, to get maximum profits, they won't degrade the quality? That has been observed throughout the ages, that for profit, to gain more money, they have been the companies, the private companies, they have degraded the qualities, they have done unemployment, and throughout. Public sector, the main goal is welfare of the people, and for the welfare, the government will ensure that the quality is not degraded and is kept same for all. So, please.
Sir, you are saying that profit maximization is a major precondition for the private sector enterprises. What is wrong in that? See, if they have a vested interest in something that they are doing, they will be more inclined to make it flourish and make it grow themselves, and that will in turn grow the Indian economy as a whole and create more jobs in the economy. The other thing you said, that there are certain sectors that should be reserved for the government. Only yesterday we saw what a tragic accident happened in Odisha. The railways is currently under the government, and we stand in solidarity with the people who lost their lives. But this desecration of human lives cannot continue for long, and we must do something in privatizing the railway sector to an extent, little by little, if not drastically right now.
Okay, so as per you have stated that the derailing of the trains in Odisha had happened, that happened, but that is not the reason, that's not the
That
cause.
is about the mismanagement of the government we are talking about.
So are you saying that the railways that belongs to the sector, belongs to public sector, because they are inefficient, the derailing of these trains happen? Are you saying that? If privatization happen, if we give the same job to private sectors, even then derailing can happen, because that's not the fault of bureaucracy.
Exactly, that is the term I use,
Even
strategic disinvestment. So the credibility of the private sector owners must be checked, and it must be done as a baby step. We must take baby steps in the right direction, and just like Deepam has been created, I am sure that it will happen someday, and I am faithful in the government. However, there are certain statements of the government with which I disagree. Modi ji saying that he does not support crony capitalism. अरे भाई, hypocrisy की भी सीमा होती है. The Adani, we all know about the Adani scams, right? SBI and PNB, government public sector undertakings, gave loans of amounting to over 37,000 crores to the Adani enterprises as a whole. Now, who is responsible for the money that is being lost? Why was there no accountability from the government in giving so many coal deal exemptions to the Adani government and not really working towards the public sector undertakings which are actually making losses? Why was there so much preference given to the entire Adani group? Why is there no data? Why is the media not showing it? Clearly because the media is being puppeteered by the government, with India's World Press Freedom ranking tottering at an all-time low of 161 currently. Why has the airport monopoly been given solely to the Adani government? Why are Adani shares rising so quickly? And why has the entire green energy sector of India been handed over to the Adani enterprises? And why is there no proper attention towards the PSUs, and some of the PSUs are making losses, as I stated some of the figures. So do you really think that the PSUs should be run by the government in this day and age?
See, if you talk about Adani, Adani has been a major shareholder in the development of India. Like you are saying that where the proof, where the numbers, but we can't just keep the fact in darkness that Adani was responsible for the economic growth that happened in India. Like
Exactly. The economic growth is happening in the private sector, but this is happening at the cost of the public sector undertakings that are run by the government, and stark exemptions are being given to the private sector. And that is how I am saying that Adani is a very flourishing enterprise, but the way it is being given exemptions at the cost of PSUs, that is something which should not be done. See, did I say more?
Sushil, there are some questions from my side. First is the privatization of railways. See, the government is running some businesses not to earn profit. It is to cater to the poor,
Exactly.
to the people who cannot afford premium services. If you privatize railway, railway is the bloodline of our country. If you privatize railway, do you think the rates will not increase? Do you see the rates in foreign countries where traveling is so much expensive compared to India? Here you can travel from Kanyakumari to Kashmir at such cheaper rates that are unimaginable for foreign people. So if you privatize these sectors which are very necessary, Coal India is the biggest corporation in the world for coal. There are major Maharatna companies which are working and they are making 5,000 crore profit. And it is necessary for the poor people in our country to have these corporations. So what about railway or what about these companies? Do you believe that there should be some sector who will always or which should always remain with the government, or do you completely support privatization?
See, the LPG reforms that were brought about by the Manmohan Singh government in 1992, as he was the finance minister then, the main strategy for that was to uplift the private sector as well as uplift the Indian economy as a whole. Right now, I believe that the Indian economy has been uplifted to a certain extent that it can stand on its own. And as far as the railways are concerned, I said that there should be baby steps, there should be initiatives like a public-private partnership for that. And as far as some of the Maharatna companies are concerned, we are proud of those Maharatna companies making profits, but what about those that are making losses? The Maharatna companies that are making profits could also enter in public-private partnerships with startups in India flourishing at such a fast rate.
Thank you. Also, sir, you were talking about Food Corporation of India and the degrading food quality. Sir, what is the function of Food Corporation of India? You must share.
Like the Food Corporation of India is responsible for the entire grains and the food quality that is maintained throughout the nation. They have to make sure that the quality is not degraded, and at each and every part of the nation gets the same quality of food, and it's
Sir, to my knowledge, that is not the job of Food Corporation of India. Food Corporation. One moment. Food Corporation of India is involved in public distribution of grains and maintaining a minimum support price. They are not concerned with the quality of the food.
But like my main point was like the food quality, the distribution. Like as we know, our privatization often, like as I've stated, the capitalism of privatization will lead to profit maximization. So for profit, like they can reduce the quality of the food grains to certain states, which will not be entertained in the public sector. That was my point. I'm sorry.
Whatever you are articulating here, are you clear in your mind about it? Would you go back to tell me in just 2 points what you were trying to say? 2 points.
Okay, so the main was that the PSUs, they should be there for the government, they should be owned by the government, because government is for the welfare of the people and not run by business motives. And secondly, the second point was like opposing to privatization, as privatization has stated that like the outcomes, like they are efficient, they have people and government perspective, but like there's certain strategic reforms that are there in the PSUs. They shouldn't be allowed or given to the private companies, as it can lead to the loss of accountability by the government. So these are my two main.
But are you not prepared to lend credence to an argument where both a middle path can be found between both ends? Where the public sector undertaking learn from the private sector in terms of partnering, even as majority shareholders, what is generally called as public-private partnership. Are you open to that idea?
See, like if the public-private relationship, if the main goal is for the betterment of the people, then I'm positively open for the status. As my basic need or basic idea is for the betterment and welfare of the people. So anything that will be better and that will be good for the nation, I'm assigned to that opinion.
So how does the public sector improve?
The public sector.
How does the public sector, to be viable, improve? Because if even if you are looking after the interests of the people, you're going and you allocate a certain amount as CSR is brought it now. Even the private sector has to allocate a certain sum of money for such activities. Now, can the public sector also incorporate some things whereby it becomes more efficient? What, in your eyes, would that be?
Like if it is about the efficiency of public sector, then anything that will increase the efficient nature of the public sector enterprises or the undertakings are solely what can I say, accepted by me as a point. So the main is that if the efficiency is increased, if public sector are there, if they ensure that the losses that are happening other than Maharatnas, if they can grow along to a high status, and that is responsible for the people also. So that according to me is a plus point, and that can increase efficiency.
Is your case that privatization is absolute?
Absolute privatization done in a drastic way, it does not help. As sir rightly said, that there are certain PSUs which are making a lot of profits right now, they shouldn't be disinvested. And as he said that for the PSUs should be there for the welfare of the people, well, even private sector undertakings have got a responsibility towards maintaining a good corporate social responsibility and maintaining the welfare of the people as well as the environment. So there should be strategic disinvestment, not a drastic one.
What in your view is the weakness of both the private sector and the public sector?
The private sector maybe sometimes goes too much in the towards running for money rather than actually providing good quality goods. Once it has maintained a good level of standing, it can diversify its activities, and sometimes, not all, some private sector enterprises might fail to look after their different sectors in which they have diversified. But mostly the private sector would be rated higher than the public sector undertakings, because in the public sector undertakings there is lower productivity because there is no vested interest. Imagine a Marxist society where there are all sorts of working population and they are not working for their own benefits, rather they are working for the equal kind of society. Whereas in the private sector, people would be working for their own vested interest and they would have an incentive to do something better. Also in the public sector, I would like to say that the decision making processes are happening at a very slow rate. The decision making is directly puppeteered by the government when it should actually be given to the when there should be proper autonomy for the public sector undertakings to do their jobs when they are actually qualified. But the government also maintains partiality sometimes in the accountability processes when they appoint sycophants like Sambit Patra, as I mentioned. So these are the challenges.
Then how when you look at the private sector, do you look at the pollution levels in Ahmedabad created by water contamination and the private sector's role in that too? And what is happening despite the fact that the High Court has been intervening and the private sector refuses to see anything?
That is true, sir. That the authorities must take stronger steps to curb all this and maintain a stronger responsibility towards not making this happen on the part of the private sector undertakings. And the private sector undertakings must also be responsible for maintaining their corporate social responsibility. Great job, guys. The result will be announced after the first lot ends. Alright.
Our next topic for debate is reservation still relevant in current time in context to India? For this topic, we have Divya Ramani, and against this topic, we have Ayush Rao.
Good morning, respected judges. I am Divya Ramani and I will be speaking for the motion that the reservation is still relevant in India.
Greeting the respected judges and all the audience.
I am Ayush Rao and I will be against the motion of if reservations are relevant in today's.
So, first of all, if we need to know why the reservation is still prevalent in India in today's time, we have to know why reservation was introduced in India at the first place. While making of the constitution, the father of the constitution, B.R. Ambedkar, who himself belonged to a scheduled caste, he introduced reservations and he was the father of reservation also to rectify the past and historical mistakes that were made. But to know that the mistakes were past and historical, were they past or historical or are they still prevalent in today's time, we have to know that. I believe that the reservation that was made was to rectify the mistakes, but it is still very prevalent in today's time because the reservation period had to end in 1960s, but amendments were made and it was extended in 2010 also. Now we know that the government is taking required steps, but the inequality here we are present and we see a very niche class. And we see no discrimination here because we are treated like equals because we have the same economic background and we can be treated equally. But in the rural areas where reservation is very prevalent, what about those areas? Do they do not require any reservation? Are they not discriminated on the basis of caste, gender, religion? Is that so?
Okay, so first of all, I would like to talk about the relevance of the reservations in today's day and age. Najma Heptullah, the HT of Minority Affairs, stated that welfare programs should be prevalent, but reservations, however, have become totally irrelevant in today's time. The minorities themselves think that they do not want to be known and selected just for the basis of their caste. They do not want the tag that we are ST, STs and OBC. We are here only because of that. Due to the reservations, a 16-year-old in Maharashtra, 17 JNU students killed themselves, that is unalived themselves. Now will you go to their families and tell them that these reservations are way more important than the lives of their children? That the relevance of these reservations is more important than the lives of their children, who are able and who could have been the future of this country, but were not able to get secure their spots due to these reservations which are totally irrelevant in today's times.
If we are talking about a section of society, the example that you gave obviously belongs to a section of society. Not in every society they have the same economic opportunity. They are discriminated on the basis of caste. So if they do not have the money, if they do not have the opportunity to contest in equal levels with the people who are of general category, how do you believe that the many people who are not them would able to rise? And also, a study conducted by BBC in a Vijay of Vijayanagar, I have a case study for you to support my example. Pola mom, who is a woman, carefully descends 250 steps from a hilltop slum where she lives in southern India, and she also walks 5 kilometers daily to the nearest grocery store. She is 9 months pregnant and is a mother of 4. And the leaders of dominant caste, they stop them at the bottom of the steps to deny her to her basic rights. Is that fair in today's time? Do you think that if reservation is implemented in the right ways, it is being done, it is slow but it is being done, if that will happen, the people of these societies will get uplifted and then the welfare of the real society, the real India, the real development will be seen.
I agree with my friend here. All of the lower castes, SC, STs and OBC should have been given good opportunities in order to succeed in life and get out of a position in which they are not being given equal opportunities. But I argue that instead of solely relying on reservations, there should be a shift towards implementing policies that address socio-economic problems better. They propose focusing on providing quality education, healthcare and opportunities regardless of their social backgrounds and caste. We should rather focus on merit-based selection and skill-based selections. If we consider them truly as equals, right? If they consider themselves truly as equals, I think they should be able to get into certain criteria just using their skills, knowledge and education. And if they are not getting that level of education, skills and knowledge, the government should provide them those, not on the basis of reservation, on the basis of merits, on the basis of their own skills, and also one thing that I've noticed is that these things, the reservation thing has a really political agenda. People use these reservation things as a way to convey their own political agendas. Except for that, there is also a lot of problems in the case of not using them correctly. A lot of people are economically well, they have the opportunities, but yet they use these to get into certain institutions with certain reservations.
I partially agree with you, my friend. But the point that the people should be selected on the basis of merit, knowledge and education is not relevant. As I said, my friend, we are looking at a very niche class. Here you are sitting, we all belong from a very good background. We are here because we belong to a very good background. We can speak fluent English, we can debate here and we can debate and come to solutions about the poor section. But what about the poor section who are not even allowed to get that education, who cannot get to the limit of the knowledge so that they can score in merit? If I was not able to go to an English medium school, I would not be sitting here debating in English about them. If they are not given the equal opportunities to even go there, how do you believe that they will achieve the merit, the knowledge to with us? If they stand between us, do you think that they will be able to prove their point as significantly as you and I can do here? And other than that, the point you stated about many people misusing their reservation rights, I completely agree with that, and I believe that there should be a little bit of changes, but not the abolition of reservation. Reservation is a good step by the government. It should not be abolished. Although who are economically strong, the people who are economically strong belong from a good social background, economic background, they should not be given the privilege of reservation, and that should be taken into account. But talking about those who do not have equal opportunities, I'm sorry my friend, I cannot state that.
Okay, so I again partially agree with my friend here. Certain people do not have the merits and skills to get equal opportunities, right? But instead of reservations, which also causes a lot of unequal selections and problems in society, what we should instead implement is that instead of reservations, we should focus on giving opportunities on the basis of their own language and own culture, and then growing their merits. My friend here said that English is a barrier for a lot of rural area people who they cannot speak fluently in English and they cannot converse fluently in English. We should give them opportunities. The government should implement them opportunities in their own language, in their own cultural background, and then work on the skills and merit according to what they can present naturally by their natural abilities. Also, one more thing, my friend here said that government can do a lot about government can change the inefficient use of the reservations. Well, the government has been trying for years, but there has been no change whatsoever. The inefficiency and corruption of reservation has been 10% more than it used to be. A lot of people use reservations wrongly, even though their economic backgrounds are strong, even though they do not need those reservations, but just to justify their caste backgrounds, they use those reservations. The government has been working, the government does working, but the results are never presented.
So, to abolish the corruption, steps would be taken, and I completely agree in that. But the government is trying, and if they completely abolish the system of reservation and completely rely on linguistic reservations and development and implementing of policies, do you think that people who are taking advantage, the most disadvantaged would be ones who are fairly elected in the process of the, reservation? And also, we are talking about caste-based reservation right now. Let me tell you, my friend, India is a country which ranks 126th in the gender-based inequality index of the
We are
world.
talking about gender here.
We are talking about reservation being relevant in today's time. In India, reservations are also given to women, so it is a criteria, my friend. And other than that, reservation for women should be prominent because
Okay, so my friend here stated that
So my question is to Divya. Divya, imagine you are in school or college.
well,
Okay. So imagine there is a friend of you belongs to the SC/ST community who gets the right or privilege of being of the privileges of reservation. Imagine that you both go to the same classes, same tuition classes, can buy same books, can afford same lifestyle. Even he can afford a slightly better lifestyle. And you get marks, and he has scored 5 or 10% less marks than you. Would you be okay with him getting reservation just on the basis of caste if he's equally on the same level as you economically?
Sir, I would definitely not be completely satisfied with that decision because it will be a discrimination to me at that time. But as I said, I believe that if people are misusing their reservation, we should definitely look forward for the government to make some changes and implement some policies if that is not done. But if we completely abolish the reservation, caste-based reservation right now in the rural areas, which is the most of the India where discrimination is still very prevalent, they will get at a very
I
disadvantage.
understand that point, but you need to understand one thing, that the enemies of the people who are living in villages, who belong to the SC/ST community, are not general people. They are the villains. For them are SC/ST people who are living in cities, who are getting the privileges that the underprivileged people should be getting. So if I am from SC/ST, but I am economically very well placed, and if I get reservation, then the person who is from SC/ST community, from villages, will not get reservation. So the problem is not the general people. It is me who has the resources and is still getting the privileges. So because of me, the people who deserve it are not getting it. You understand my?
Yes, sir.
That is
Sir,
a paradox.
that is a loophole right now in the reservation system, and I completely agree with it. There is nothing to deny it because you are stating completely facts and I cannot deny it. But on November 7, 2019, Supreme Court judgment about the economically weaker class reservation was taken into account, and now we have a EWS system for taking reservations into account. According to me, if we want betterment, we should actually combine both of them, because those scheduled caste or scheduled tribe of other backward classes, they should be combined with the economically weaker class, and if they belong to that category, they can probably be given reservations, and we have to make a lot of changes in that, that is no doubt.
So would you agree that introducing creamy layer in SC/ST as well is necessary? Like they are already there in OBC, the creamy layer concept. So should it be applied to SC/ST as well?
Some of them, yes.
You understand creamy layer?
Yes, really there.
I would see your reaction both to the problem in Tripura. One sentence, two sentences maximum. How do you see? It's a reservation problem which has arisen in that state. How do you see that? How do you see that? Both of them. Two lines, two sentences.
Reservation problem in Tripura in context of
Reservations. You're talking on reservations, no context. Just how do you see the problem as it has emanated? It's a reservation problem. Arose out of a system of reservation between tribals and non-tribals.
yes.
So, how do you see that? What are your views on it? In a nutshell.
If the tribals of Tripura are not getting equal opportunities, and then they should definitely be given reservation. And if they are exploiting it, belonging to a similar background and of and if they are economically stronger, then they should be not.
The question in Tripura is whether the majority community should be entitled to the same reservations as is available to the tribals. Yes? No?
No.
Sir, my perspective on this is that they should not be given the SC and ST status, the tribals of Tripura. I think it has caused already a lot of communal riots, violence in the country, in the state. The state had been shut down, the internet was cut off. I think they are already in majority. They are getting majorities of the job. They are living in the center of the state, while the tribals are living in the outskirts of the state. If they would be given more opportunities as a SC, all the jobs that are being taken by the tribes which are living in the outskirts of the state, in the forest, their opportunities would also be taken. which is why I think that reservation is completely irrelevant and inefficient. Because my friend here also said that the government will work on it, the government will try to work on it, the people who do not deserve it will not get it. The government has been trying for years now, but there has been no serious results shown. As I stated before that there has been a 10% increase in inefficient and corrupt use of these reservations.
Thank you.
Our third topic for the day is, did Akbar deserve the title of Akbar the Great? For the topic, we have Yash Agrawal, and again we have Vansh Mucha.
Hi, my name is Yash Agrawal and I will be speaking for the topic. Hi, my name is Vansh Mucha and I will be speaking against the topic.
Akbar indeed was worthy of the title Akbar the Great. Even while being a Mughal emperor, his empire was never Muslim. He had extraordinary administrative abilities. He implemented a system of centralized governance, dividing the empire into provinces and appointing governors, that too even non-Muslims, to maintain religious harmony. This emphasis on justice and fairness earned him the loyalty and respect of his citizens. Moreover, Akbar's military conquest demonstrated his strategic powers. Under his leadership, the Mughal Empire extended its boundaries across vast territories in Indian subcontinent. His victories in battle like Second Battle of Panipat and the Siege of Chittorgarh showcased his tactical brilliance and further solidified his position as a formidable ruler.
So talking about how great Akbar's empire was, how great the administration was and how large the empire was, so we all know about Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. When Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj entered the battlefield of India, a vast majority of our subcontinent was ruled by Mughals. But by the time he had set up the Maratha Empire, the Mughal Raj was negligible. We all know about the Mauryan Empire, which is considered to be the largest empire in the subcontinent's history. We know about Chhatrapati Sambhaji Maharaj, who didn't lose a single battle against Aurangzeb. We know about the Vijayanagar Empire, which ruled for 350 years, a larger empire as compared to Akbar. We have such greater empires, such greater rulers. Then why is the ruler who killed such innocent Hindus, why is the ruler who is considered as a Ghazi, the killer of infidels, the killers of Kafirs, why is such a ruler considered to be the great? Why does our history book, why does the prominent history figures, why do our historians consider the killer of innocent non-Muslims, of Kafirs in their word? Why is such a person considered to be the great?
Akbar in those times was one of the fairest rulers out there. He even made a policy of Sul-e-Kul, which basically gave rights to other religions to dialogue and understand understand each other, and he promoted the exchange of ideas and cultural practices. And I would also like to I'd like to question my opposition that how do you define great? Even Alexander was given the title the Great. What did he do? He slaughtered many people. While Akbar was the one who kept the Britishers away from India. He was the one who made laws and promoted secularism in his time.
Right, sir, I'd like to talk about your point where you said that Akbar's empire was never completely Muslim. Sir, it was never completely Muslim, but it was also never completely pro-Hindu. Akbar was always against Kafirs. Sir, Akbar once, we all know the fable of Akbar and Birbal. Once Akbar wanted to gift some piece of land as Jagir to Birbal. So Akbar desecrated the entire Jwalamukhi temple. He killed 200 cows inside the temple. The carcasses of the priests of the temple were still inside. He asked his people to throw blood-filled shoes at the shrine inside the temple, and then he gifted the temple to his Birbal. Sir, is this what you consider religious tolerance in his empire? Then again, your point of Akbar keeping the British away. Sir, Akbar only sided with the Hindus once he realized that such a huge continent could not be ruled by himself alone. He needed the local support of Hindu rulers as well. Once, and you talk about Chittor, the siege of Chittor. Sir, once Akbar got the control of the Chittor fort, he demanded the killing of 3,000 innocent Hindus who refused to convert to Islam. After he got the control of Chittor, he destroyed temples in Chittor. He banished religious practices. He forcefully converted every single Hindu, and once they denied conversion, they were killed, all because Akbar got siege of Chittor, and that too, how Akbar got the control of the Chittor fort was through the Delhi Sultan.
Say named so many wrongdoings of Akbar, but what about him giving high positions in his military to Hindu people of different Hindu people? What about him maintaining relationship with the Rajputs, even though he received backlash and objections from Muslim? Why did he did that? He did that to reduce bloodshed and to make his empire secular, and so that the people in his empire are one, and he can be defined as great as he got the Mughal empire so big at the age of 14. From the age of 14, he reigned for about 50 years. Is that not a reason why he cannot be called great?
So you talked about how Akbar maintained positive relations with Hindus to maintain secularism. So as I earlier mentioned, he did that only because he realized that such a large continent filled with Hindus could not be ruled by him himself. So you talk about secularism in his rule. So there is an incident where he massacred just thousands of Hindus and then took their severed heads, made a pillar of victory following the steps of his ancestors Taimur Nane and Genghis Khan, and he flaunted that pillar of the severed heads of Hindu soldiers every time anyone came to visit him. Is this a secularism to talk about? Then you tell me that he was very secularist. Sir, he was not supportive. Sir, there was economic corruption, there was economic exploitation in his Raj. Even to his own people, even to Muslims, he forced the zakat tax. There was very no taxation on Muslims in the Mughal Empire. It was only Akbar who forced the zakat tax, which forced Muslims to give away half of their belongings to the Mughal Raj. This was Akbar, sir. This was the secularism you're talking about.
So the question here is not whether Akbar was good or bad. It is whether he was great or not. So him taking taxation and all, it is literally how a kingdom works. It is how an empire works. Taking tax, as you mentioned, he took taxes from Muslims as well. This shows how secular he was. This is exactly what I am talking about. This is why he should be called great.
Sir, it's the same people like you who in today's day and time criticize the government when they increase the tax for one person. So I don't see your point here, I just see some hypocrisy. So the biggest example of destruction of temples in the Mughal rule is the Babri Masjid. It was built on the ruins of the Ram Mandir. So you cannot tell me that Akbar was secular, his ancestors were secular, his son, his grandson was secular. So you cannot prove that point to me without any substantial evidence.
Sir, I am just proving this. At that time, the most secular ruler, a ruler with such fairness at that time was Akbar, and only Akbar. You mentioned so many great rulers. Were they secular? Were they promoting any religion other than Hinduism? Were they? That's my point.
These rulers were forced to not be secular because their own religion was in danger, sir. Hinduism was on fire at that time. Hindus were being killed across the country. Is why these rulers had to step up and fight for Hinduism. But I did not know our topic was about Hinduism. I thought we were debating about Akbar. No, let's get back to that.
Yes.
Akbar was a smart ruler. I agree. Akbar was very smart. He used a very smart technique to convert Hindus into Muslims. Sir, Akbar once forced a converted Brahmin to rewrite the Alokan Shats And in that he snuck in some shlokas in Sanskrit about how great Allah is, about how Allah is the
Okay, so first clarification, Akbar didn't stop Britishers. Britishers didn't even enter India when he was ruling. Britishers entered when Jahangir was there. And he allowed Britishers to trade in India.
Jahangir allowed Britishers to stay in India and trade, but didn't give them the right to do so in his time around.
Akbar's rule ended in the 1600s.
Britishers didn't even enter India till Akbar was ruling. Captain Best who entered India entered India during Jahangir's rule, and Jahangir allowed him to trade. So that is a minor clarification. But you like to question?
You have made a lot of assertions. Are you basing them on historic facts? Because the assertions that you have made, many of them, will you be able to sort of put them across in terms of context? Because a lot of these assertions should have obviously been from historical perspectives or historical notations. I doubt very much. Would you be able to sort of give context?
Sir, would I know which assertions you are referring to?
Of the number of heads which were cut of thousands, you were talking in generalities on a lot of issues.
Right. Sir, since this was like 300, 400 years ago, just a very, very long time ago, at that time there was no prevalent records, and this is all the evidence we have today of the Mughal Empire is just either word of mouth that has been passed on from generations or generations, or either written down somewhere which has not been destroyed by the Mughals, of course. Because many records of their brutality, many records of their desecrant rule, many records of their barbaric invasions, all those records have been destroyed, and one of the biggest proofs is the Nalanda University, sir. So most proof that we have of how brutally these Mughal rulers truly did their dirty work, we don't have any substantial records.
So talking in terms of Mughals,
Right.
and the subject under discussion is Akbar.
Akbar, right, sir. So even after Akbar's rule, sir, we don't. It's just the information we have passed on from generations to generations. We don't have any substantial evidence. We don't have any writings. We don't have any texts written to support our claims. But we just have to believe the generality of texts, which is based on the bias, of course.
You failed to contradict any of the points you made. You were arguing all right, but you were arguing in terms of generalities, while what?
Yes, I just realized it now. I should have asked for sources and credible resources from where he pointed out the facts, and if they are facts.
Also, one thing that I would like to tell oneself is that you can't read history with the lens of presence. We can't judge history by the moral standard that we have right now. If Akbar was trying to rule a country which was ruled by Hindus, in war he has to kill Hindus. Was he killing them because they were Hindus, or was he killing them to rule them, to take control of the territory? If you take that, the Ashoka, who is considered great, Ashoka the Great, killed 1 lakh people in Orissa. That was known as Kalinga at that time. So did he kill them because they were from Kalinga, or did he kill them because he wanted to rule that region?
Right. Sir, there are many evidences and incidents that prove that Akbar was a bit more sensitive towards people of his own kind, and he himself proclaimed himself to be the Ghazi, the killer of Kafirs. So I'm not saying he just killed Hindus. Of course, if he has to rule such a great country, and first of all, your own point, if someone who killed our people to rule our country, why should we recognize him as the great, sir? Why should someone who invaded my country, who killed my people, who killed my ancestors, why should I label him as the great?
That is the point, right? How can we say that it is my country? When do you become the citizen of a country? When do you say that Akbar, see, the difference between Akbar and Britishers was that Britishers never integrated in culture. Akbar did.
Yes. Akbar was born in India.
Yeah, his grandfather came to India, his father was in India. So when you decide that you are Indian or not, according to this, we can say that many people who are living in India migrated from Pakistan, which was India at that time, are not, they cannot claim this to be their country.
Right.
So when do we accept that it is their country or not?
Sir, we don't have a definite moral definition of who an Indian is, but I can definitely proclaim that if a person who kills lakhs of people, destroyed such beautiful monuments of my country, I wouldn't consider him to be a true Indian, sir.
There was no India at that point of time. There
Yeah,
were
it was Bharat.
municipalities and states. So there were states, there were rulers which were at loggerheads with each other. So the concept of a unified India was either existed ages ago or exists after 1947.
So, of course, came to being after.
Thank you.
Our fourth topic for the day is, should India implement uniform civil code that applies to all citizens regardless of religion to promote equality and secularism? For the topic, we have Sarthak, and against the topic, we have Ramani.
Alright, you may start.
It is rightly believed that Uniform Civil Code is necessary to effect an integration of India by bringing all the communities into a common platform which, at its best, government by personal laws which do not form the essence of any religion. The Uniform Civil Code seeks to replace personal laws based on religious and community custom with a custom set of laws made by the government. Different faith rules are prejudiced against women in areas like property, marriage, divorce. A UCC will guarantee equitable legal treatment for women and aid in the eradication of gender prejudice. The promotion of national unity is another benefit of the Uniform Civil Code. 1 million people died in communal riots. This number can be down drastically if UCC is implemented. Brick by brick, we can implement the UCC. Forming a blueprint in the consent of all of the religion is a necessity. Starting with areas of personal laws that are most widely accepted and uncontroversial is the start of UCC implementation.
Uniform Civil Code is covered under directive principle of state policies, while freedom of religion and conscience are guaranteed under the chapter of fundamental rights of citizens. Matters like marriage, divorce, maintenance and inheritance and so on are religious affairs, and this constitution guarantees freedom of such activities, and therefore a uniform civil code will be a violation of it. Another argument against introduction of uniform civil code is that India is a country of large diversity and culture. Communal disharmony is easily initiated in this country. We just witnessed a very harsh riot just right after our independence in 1947, followed by Gujarat and Muzaffarnagar riots. Do we feel that introduction of UCC will not cause a riot, would not cause a bloodshed? How would it not cause a bloodshed? There are many people whose religious rights would be suppressed, and the point that if the government all wanted, if the creators of constitution wanted personal laws to be abolished gradually, they would have solely put it in the domain of parliament, but they placed personal laws in concurrent list. This indicates their wills that they wanted personal laws to stay, and this would obviously, UCC would obviously cause very much bloodshed and riots. Polarization is still there in our society, and I don't think UCC would be a great choice. It will not be a great thing to implement right now. Thank you.
Change is the only constant. UCC implementation will help women in inheritance, gender and religious neutrality in the matters of marriage, divorce, adoption, succession, will, charity, guardianship and childless custody. As she said that UCC will cause riots, that is not a point to just stop the implementation of UCC. We should gradually, brick by brick, as I said, implement the UCC, and the start should be now. Goa civil code has already been implemented, and it is one of the most developed states in India. What do you have to say about it?
Okay, Goa. You know, it is also the smallest state
Yes, I know. Well, of course.
Obviously.
Sorry, you can't counter. You complete. You can't answer.
Okay. Some religious personal laws are unfair to the woman and are unfair to the other religion. Like marriageable age consent. The consent for marriage is 18 for the girl and 21 for the boy. This is patriarchal, and the custody in Hindu law is that father is more righteous of the child than the woman.
Okay, the matter about women giving the rights of child. You know, after a divorce, court personally involves that who mother or father will get the custody of the child, and it depends on the situation and on the who is more capable of taking the custody of the child. It is the court who decides, and it's not rightly. There is no particular law which decides that the custody will already go to father. And the point about Goa. Goa is also the smallest state in India. There are many states, like if we talk about Gujarat, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, so many different communities are there. In Goa, I agree there are communities, but it is a small state and it's easy to manage things over there. But the point that large states, and the thing that we are talking is about whole India, not just a particular state. If UCC is implemented, it will obviously cause some riots and some bloodshed, not some actually, vast bloodsheds. And now you believe that UCC should be implemented even if there are laws of youth, innocent youth citizens of the country. You think that the community which is suppressed, whose laws are suppressed just because of UCC would happily just welcome UCC?
No, I've never said that. What I've said is brick by brick implementation of UCC, and what I've said is starting with the areas of personal laws that are most widely accepted and uncontroversial. Gradual change is what I said. You are what mentioning? I don't know.
Okay, talking about gradual change, how can you do gradual change? You are the UCC's uniform law, so that's the same law. If we talk about Muslim communities, the divorce method there is triple talaq. Even if a husband or wife they say the word talaq 3 times, it considers a divorce.
Exactly, that is why uniform.
Would Hindus accept that?
Of course, why not?
Why would they?
No. I'm saying that triple talaq should be prohibited. The uniform civil code is.
Okay. Triple talaq should be prohibited, but in Muslim community it is there. Triple talaq is promoted. So if you use uniform laws and if you prohibit triple talaq, then wouldn't they feel suppressed?
Now let me tell you one thing. Women are beaten in house. They are physically and emotionally abused, and they do not file a divorce. Why? Firstly, because of the social evil, and secondly, because they know that the custody would go to the father, because it is preferred that the custody should go to the father.
Who said it is preferred? It's the court who decides. It's not particularly written or preferred anywhere that the custody would go to the father. If the woman has legal evidences and legal reasons, then the custody would go to the mother also. It's not compulsory.
Okay, then what about the property which gets divided between son and brother?
Okay, see, right now women also have a right. If I am a daughter, I have a right on my father's property. I can initially ask if I want my father's property.
Definitely.
But I am not asking because I don't want it. Any day, if any woman wants a part of her father's property, they can any day ask, and the father needs to give it. That's laws.
I agree with you, but women are suppressed and they are made from birth to not question about property and to not enter the matters which are in their sense male patriarchal.
Okay, the point that the male patriarchal is about the society, and there are laws, but the point that society is not ready to accept the laws, and you think that society would be ready to accept UCC also. As you said, see, there are, if I would tell, women have more, legal rights and more laws in favor of them. But if the society is not ready to accept the laws, why would it be? Why would it
But we have to make the society ready to be laws. Now, we can't go ki, acha, kabhi we won't implement UCC and just jaisa chal raha hai chalne do, communal rights hone do, 1 million people marne do.
Okay, communal rights will also happen if UCC is implemented.
But as I said, the numbers will go down drastically. What I am saying, you are not even hearing.
Okay, please.
I said कि 1 million people drastically communal rights नीचे होंगे and UCC implementation की वजह से.
Okay, the point is that UCC will also affect personal laws, right?
Definitely,
Right.
that is the basis of UCC.
Okay. Now personal laws, how are they made? You know, India doesn't need personal laws emotionally. It needs personal laws practically.
How so?
If I am here and you are there, okay? For example, we both belong to different communities. Now, if something in my community is obviously very different from something in your community. Now, if you tell me to agree with your laws and I tell you to agree with my laws, would it be feasible? Obviously not.
See, we have to change at some time, and now is the right time. There were many evils which were followed back in the society, like certificate of abortion.
Thank you. First, there are some points for Rumana. Rumana, the first thing that you mentioned, the first thing that you started with was the difference between freedom of religion being fundamental rights and DPSPs. DPSPs are created to implement these things in the future. That was the point of it. It was state's duty to implement these things. Considering the riots that happened during our partition, during our independence, the creators of our constitution were clearly aware that if we implement UCC right now, more riots will happen. So they put it in DPSP, hoping that our country someday might be able to implement it. That was the whole point of DPSP. Okay. Second point that you mentioned, that the concurrent list. Concurrent list पे दोनों parliament and state can also create laws. So it is in the ambit of parliament still. Now the third point is that you are talking a lot about Muslim community. Muslims did agree to uniform criminal code. Why is that? Because in their laws, if you steal some property, your hands will be cut. So they are like, नहीं हमको ये नहीं चाहिए, हमको जेल कर दो, because it is more beneficial. So if you are okay with uniform criminal laws, why are you not okay with uniform civil laws?
So uniform criminal laws, it's actually criminal. You don't see who a criminal belongs to which community. But sir, when it comes to religion, like if there is if we put UCC to point, see if UCC is implemented, it's uniform, one law for everyone. Everyone needs to follow it. But the fact that so many rights of not only Muslims, Christians, Buddhists, everyone would be suppressed. Even Hindus too would be suppressed because everyone needs to agree on some point and just, it's a parallel decision. Every community needs to agree and then only UCC needs to form. And at this point, polarization is too much. It is too much, it is dominant right now in our country. Like, if just like destruction of Babri Masjid, that much happened, it caused so much big riot. And you think that after this, like UCC, this much big thing, it would just suppress so many rights and people would still be okay with that.
It is a political volatile subject, so no party implements it.
So that is the whole point. Just that a threat exists of riots and not protests, riots. You cannot back away from changes that were supposed to be made in our country for 70 years. Okay. Coming to Sarthak, see the thing is that there are many unity in diversity, right? There are many tribes in our community. There are thousands of tribes, thousands of cultures in India. There are tribes in Northeast where women get more rights. There are matrilineal cultures as well. So if you implement this, the rights of those people, I am not focused on any particular community. The rights, the diversity, the richness of their culture will be abolished completely.
See sir, but we have to start someplace. As you said, 70 years away and there is no implementation of UCC. Women are getting dominated in households and they are not seeking for divorce because they care for their child and they want to stay with their child. And they are just getting all the emotional and physical abuse just because the laws are not very.
UCC solve that?
UCC will better the divorce laws. There is 50% property and the child custody is better.
So it is okay to abolish all the rich culture that we have in Northeast and Southern.
UCC only abolishes, not even abolishes, replaces certain personal laws, not every personal laws, of course.
Do you think UCC is a solution of a problem in a diverse country like India, where even the fact of some sex of Hindu religion have different ideas, rules, laws which govern marriage. If you look into the tribal society, you will find there are different practices, different ways of going about the same thing. I remember having walked into Gujarat in the 60s, where if you happened to sit on the cot of a married woman, you would be killed immediately.
That
The
is why
tribal-
GC is
Yes,
necessary.
in the tribal belt of, let us say, something as close as Baroda is. Now, lot of these traditions, lot of these cultures are still a part of setup. Even in the tribal community, even in the caste structure, they have their. On the other hand, you have a scenario where the upper caste are not prepared to accept the equality of the lower caste. And there are examples, including 1-2 days ago. Now, in such a scenario, do you think that UCC is the answer to a major problem in this country?
It is definitely not, but it is a starting step we should implement at least. Not as a gradual radical way कि it should be कल से पूरा UCC, but as I said, brick by brick, forming a blueprint by consensus of every religion and caste and tribe.
आप इस चीज को इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं समझते हैं कि 27% of this country is still below the poverty line.
It is.
To you, my question is, holding on to solidified structures of religions, which they themselves are, don't you think that changes should per se begin within the structure itself, and that there should be a dominant movement, let us say whether it is Islam or whether it is Christianity, should begin within itself and start a process of change?
Yes, sir, surely they should. But as you told, there are many people below poverty line. Also the literacy rate here. So, you know, there are educated people right now would obviously understand that change is necessary. But people who are not educated, people who are illiterate, they don't even know about what is going on in the state next to them or even in the city next to them. But how can we convince them to bring a change in their own community?
Our fifth topic for the day is, should India adopt a national language to promote unity and communication, or should linguistic diversity be celebrated and preserved? Against the topic is Anushka Ingole, and for the topic is Yashraj.
There are issues which we tend to ignore until we face them personally. One such issue that I encountered after I moved to Gujarat is the land. Yashraj Sharma. I believe that India should adopt a national language to promote unity.
Namaste sir, I am Anushka Ingole and I am against the law.
There are issues which we tend to ignore until we face them personally. One such issue that I encountered after I moved to Gujarat is the language issue. Generally, we tend to ignore such kinds of issues, but only after facing such issues, we realize how much we as a nation are losing from these problems. Language, which could symbolize nations and could regard as identity of a nation, is totally absent in India. And the repercussions of this problem are many, the most serious being the threat to our national unity. Imagine, how can a person who doesn't understand any language other than his mother tongue can understand the leader's speech
the national leaders are addressing to the nation in another language. Example, a person who only understands Tamil language can participate in national affairs when the national leaders like Mr. Modi, Mr. Rahul, Mr. Sushma, etc. are speaking in Hindi language. Now, but a large number of people in India could understand what Nehru spoke in his first speech after independence when majority of Indians didn't know English language. Isn't it the duty of people of all regions in India to participate in matters of national importance?
एकता विविधता में है, ना कि समानता में. India has had a tumultuous background and history and has witnessed unity in many aspects in this South. But implementing a single language, even for the purpose of unity and communication, would threaten this diversity we foster in our culture. Speaking about the most languages spoken, only 40% can communicate in Hindi, 12% in English, 8% speak Bengali, and 6.86 speak Marathi. How will you force the Maratha to speak English or the Kannada to speak Hindi? Our states have been created on the basis of diversity and language primarily after independence. Implementing a uniform language would be alienating both the northeastern and southern states made on this basis. They are already alienated from the rest of the country due to cultural and geographical regions. The language preserves their culture and must be protected by the government. Another reason I would point out is the film industry. You know how in Oscars, RRR's Natu Natu won and made us proud as a country. If a single language is implemented, do you really think that the widespread interest will sustain and they will have the same status as it enjoys in a diverse nation? Language is an extremely important preserver of culture. It shapes a person and their psychology. Snatching that diversity and culture away from people is absolutely repulsive and must not be implemented, and policies should be made that the language should be further preserved.
One often heard phrase I hear is when someone talks about adopting one language as the national language of India is that language represents culture and such that would destroy our culture. I believe that language and culture are two completely different things, though often come together, which makes it difficult to distinguish them. We can definitely preserve our culture in spite of adopting other language, and also learning one more language beside our regional language would not ruin or destroy our culture. Culture defines our identity and language is used to express it. So changing the medium of expression would not change our identity, which can be understood by even an ordinary person.
When colonizers had come to India and forced their language on us, we had felt that our culture was threatened. We had felt that our culture was being repressed, and it was being repressed. Because the language does preserve our culture, it is a very, very important part of our culture. And what you said about teaching a new language, how will you force that language? How will you implement it so that people can learn them? And people can understand different languages through translators as well. There is not just one language that exists in this country, and many people know multiple languages as well.
Do you really think one citizen should learn 21 different languages just to interact with a citizen from their own country? Do you really believe that?
Sir, I am not believing that they must learn that. I am just simply saying that implementing one single language must not be done because it preserves culture, and the implementation of a single language, I am saying a single language, will be snatching away that culture and forcing that person into a culture that they are unfamiliar to.
I'm not suggesting completely replacing all the other languages with Hindi. All I'm saying is that every citizen should at least know and speak Hindi so that everyone is united together. I first switched to Gujarat. I was having terrible problems while being educated. Everyone knew Gujarati. My teachers spoke in Gujarati. I didn't understand a single thing when I first shifted here. There was a big, huge problem that I had personally. I'm just saying, don't replace all the languages. Just one single language should be learned by every citizen in India.
Sir, but what you're saying is not physically implementable. Sir, when you had come to Gujarat, you had a culture of your own, yes? And it was amalgamated with the culture of Gujarat. It mixed in and it created a completely new area of a completely new culture of its own. So it is important that it is not implemented because mixing of the cultures and the diversity in our country is preserved in this way only.
My point being, why
combine two different types of cultures? Why struggle when you shift to another state, shift to another city? Why have problems when everyone can speak Hindi, just one language, and you can also have different languages still there? The culture is still preserved. All I'm asking is just one language that can be learned by everyone.
Sir, in the northeastern states or the southern states, this was tried before. It's not like it has not been tried out. This was being tried to implement Hindi as a national language, but the South Indian states rioted because they feel alienated from this completely new culture, because Hindi is a completely different language from their own. So implementing this would be alienating them furthermore.
I personally don't think so. Hindi is a language that not really, okay, so South Indians have their own culture. Bringing just one language, I don't think that will disrupt their culture. I don't think they might feel attacked. They might, maybe the government wasn't able to convey the information properly. But
So when you were forced to learn Gujarati, did you not feel discomfort?
I didn't learn Gujarati.
See?
That's exactly my point, because I want to converse in Hindi. Everyone converses in Hindi.
No sir. See, when you came to Gujarat, you say that you were uncomfortable. But when you came to Gujarat, why didn't you just learn Gujarati? You could have just done that.
Because
But
you can't
when
force-
exactly, you cannot force someone to learn a completely new language apart from their own culture.
Exactly my point. If you go to another state, you can't just learn their language to fit in. Just because I'm going to fit in, learn and educate myself, I have to learn a completely new different language.
So you're going to make everyone fit into one stencil. You're going to take away the diversity that our country fosters.
Do you really think 1 billion people learning one language and 1 billion people learning several different languages just because they shifted states or shifted cities is viable?
Yes, it is viable because
Please justify yourself.
Sir, India has always been this diverse. It wasn't like it has suddenly become diverse in its nature. It contained many different historical aspects. And our history tends to bind us together. It acts as a unifying thing. But what you're saying is not properly implementable, sir. What you're saying would be forcing someone out of their own comfort zone. It would be forcing. Now, you came to Gujarat. You were accommodated.
How many languages do you know?
I know two.
The southern part of this country refuses to accept a change on the packet of Amul in which Dahi is written in Hindi. How do you expect, or how do you force people imposition of one language? One thing. And when you talk of a uniform language, one language, how come that it devolves into Hindi?
Hindi has, it can be anything. It can be Hindi or English.
Or your entire argument was on Hindi.
My entire argument was on Hindi because 40% of the population speaks in Hindi and most of the population is comfortable with Hindi. And there are multiple other different languages like Gujarat. Most people in Gujarat speak in Gujarati. But yes, many also know Hindi. Most know Hindi. It's the southern area that mainly have problems and in the eastern area that we have problems.
My own experience in the southern part of the country is that even those who know Hindi, the moment they realize that you speak Hindi, they will not speak Hindi, they will speak to you in their native language.
Yes.
Now, in the face of such strong opposition, do you personally believe that you can ram it down the throat of a population?
Definitely not. We can't force someone to
Then
learn.
how do you implement it?
So we
What
can,
would you suggestion to implement such?
we can have education systems making them learn Hindi more efficiently
So can I ask?
rather than ramming it down their throats. We can have education systems that will have them learn Hindi in a better manner. Most of, now for example, I came here from Maharashtra. In Maharashtra, I was learning Marathi, right? I know only a bit of Marathi. I lived there for 5 years, but I know a decent amount, right? So even the most basic of Hindi is possible, and basic of Hindi can be used to communicate with almost everyone in the nation. Just because someone,
I don't think I will agree with you, but I will accept your argument for a moment and issue it up. What would you think would be the right way about trying to bring about a uniformity in terms of language?
So I think that there should be a widespread network of translators across different channels. Like Sir pointed out that if Narendra Modi is speaking in Rajasthan, so maybe someone in Tamil Nadu will not be able to understand. So I think that there should be a better network established for translating of those languages into their own native language. And it will also create employment for different people. It will also help solve the employment problem in our country.
More, let's say, schools in which the other languages are taught. Would that be an answer?
Sir, that's actually what I wanted to say. In a region like Telangana, how will you make, like, it is so, how will you make a teacher learn, make the students learn a new language if they do not want to learn it themselves? How will you force it down their throats, first things first, and second, the people there will not be accepting of the teachers that come there first things first. They might, the teacher themselves might feel alienated, and even if the teacher was Kannada, they might be, or Telugu, whatever, they would be ostracized in the society because of this.
I don't think so. But okay, for now,
Okay, so to accommodate the fear of southern states, an idea was proposed to teach 3 languages in different states, one being English, one being the regional language, and one being Hindi. So if the states are concerned about preserving their culture, let's say, that is their main concern, what is the problem of them studying 3 languages? As people can, I've found a lot of people who speak 3 languages. So what is their issue with learning another language?
Sir, see, the issue comes out to be that they themselves don't want to learn the language. They do not want to learn Hindi. They do not want to amalgamate with Hindi itself. So, how can you force someone to learn?
I don't want to study maths, but if it is a subject, I had to study, right? I can't say कि मुझे ये नहीं पढ़ना है, I have not studied. If you come to students and ask them what do you want to study, they only include sports. So that is not a valid argument that they don't want to study.
So, but the parents themselves don't want them to study. Now, it's not about just the children. Now, that's the students' own feeling that they do not want to study. I don't like maths personally too. So, I will not put effort into it or something. But if the parent themselves does not want the student to study it, how will you stop the parent from? The parent might just take the kid out of school, or they might put it in a school.
So their concern is not the preservation of culture that you clearly mentioned. If their concern was the preservation of their culture, they will be okay with studying Hindi as long as they are also studying their regional language.
So, but my point wasn't just, my point was mainly around preservation culture, I agree sir, but it was also about forcing down a language, forcing a language down someone's throat. So, I feel that it would be forcing the language down the people of southern states and of northeastern states.
Right now in Supreme Court, you can't argue in any issue.
Yes.
Don't you think it is a bit shameful that in our country, after getting independence, we are like 75 years, we are still following a simple language that was set by Britishers, our former colonizers, and that we are still using English as a medium.
Sir, you cannot deny the imprint that the British had left on us. And they had left us with a tool to communicate with the world. Now, because we speak in English, that we are speaking in English, this can be transferred throughout the world, and throughout the world, it can be learned and it can be seen and it can be analyzed. We learned that language because it was a very good way to connect with the
So you
world.
are okay to learn a language to communicate with the world, but you are not okay to learn a language to communicate with your fellow citizens.
Sir, but they do speak English now. It's about implementing a certain language. Sir, it was their choice to learn it again. It was their choice to learn English. No one was forcing it down. They thought their parents weren't against speaking in English. So, if their parents are against speaking in Hindi, so who are we to say?
By that logic, we can't implement any laws, right? I don't want to wear a helmet. How can the government force me to wear a helmet? It is a law, right, that they created, and I have to follow it. So if we go around and ask everyone that do you like this law to be implemented or this law to be implemented, we can't implement a single law in our country. You have to take tough decisions if you are in power. So asking all of them for their
Sir, that's such widespread opposition opposition against it should not be forced down it.
But I personally believe learning just one language is quite
See, I am
obvious.
actually also-
Other than
Thank you, sir.
Our next topic for the day is, should there be an educational criteria for politicians? For the topic is Kenisha and against is Dave Johnson.
Good morning. Good people and the honorable judges. I'm Kenisha Arora, and I'm going to speak about should politicians have an educational criteria, and I'm for the motion.
It's 12:30, so good afternoon, esteemed judges. My name is Dev Chauhan and I will talk against the motion.
Okay. So first of all, we've all seen our parents run around trying to find the best education that they can find for the children, right? But when we talk about the representatives, we do not hold them to the same standards. So how is it that they're truly representing people that want to be educated when they themselves are not educated? What is education? So I personally believe that it is a transmission of values and accumulated knowledge of the society that is passed on to the people. And I think, okay, so a politician who is well aware of the past mistakes that their counterparts have made, a politician who is aware of politician is aware of the ideologies of what the party tells, and so that they know what they're actually saying comes from education itself. I would first of all say that 70% of MLA and politicians in the parliament today are dormant and do not provide any input in the parliament. Unresponsive politicians holding offices are nothing more than a liability, and education helps those politicians to form an opinion today and provide some input to the country to justify the office that they're holding today in a position of power.
The decision to implement a strict educational criteria for our politicians, no matter how utopian and harmless this decision seems, but it's short-sighted, especially for a developing country like India. The basic reason why we want our politicians to be educated is flawed. One, because the fact that our politicians are educated does not guarantee that they are fit, well-witted, and powerful to serve the people of India. The fact that a candidate is not graduated does not guarantee that he is not well fit to run a country. The more important reason, it goes against the very idea of democracy. Because ruling that anyone who wants to contribute to the country and make a significant impact for the people has to be graduated poses a restriction to many people of the India, especially in the marginalized sections. To be more precise, 120 crore people. That's just for India. And here's something nobody else talks about. This will create a culture where only the elite, most highly educated, and only those people who can afford to get a higher social science degree from the most expensive colleges of India will rule the world. And I would never agree if you came up to me and said that those Wharton educated Trump will understand the problems of a poor man. Thank you.
Okay, so first of all, you said that putting on an education criteria for politicians goes against the very idea of democracy. Well, there is an age criteria for politicians to contest elections. Does that not go against the idea of democracy? I think that democracy has laws, and the laws are there for the welfare of the people. Now, second, you said that a majority of the Indian population is uneducated. Well, people who are holding offices and themselves are not educated, how do we expect those people to impart the importance of education to people who are not educated? They themselves do not stand for that. They themselves are not educated. So how do we expect them to impart that much to the people of India? Now, fourthly, I would like to there is a record by NCR Crime Record that says that prison inmates decline with the attainment of higher education, and a total of 69.28% of prison inmates today are illiterate. While today I would quote you that the number of politicians who had criminal charges against them was 30% in 2009, and today it is 43%, that was 2019. There's a survey by ADR, and so there is a direct relationship between education and crime records. Do you disagree with that?
Thank you so much, ma'am, for bringing this up. Criteria that ensure quality candidates invitation is never a no-no, ma'am. There are several other criteria like criminal records and the background of how much contribution they have made to society, which are more important than the education. In fact, we should uphold the criteria which promote higher quality candidates, not undermine the main idea of democracy. And to answer your question, that there are people who that will they contribute to the education of the nation? Yes, they will. Because Malala Yousafzai, who was never given an education in her lifetime, actually moved on to have an Oxford degree. Not just that, she is the reason so many young girls in Pakistan are educated today. Thank you.
First of all, like I said, Malala Yousafzai in Pakistan, not Afghanistan. Now, secondly, you said that putting an education criteria will cater to the elites. Today's Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, did he come from a chai stall? He did. Is he educated? He is. There is a basic, no one is telling you to get higher secondary, no one is telling you to get higher education. The basic criteria could be a basic education, graduating from 12th. I would say that is very, so okay, there are plethora of qualities that is required to be a politician, right? And I think what education does is they hone your qualities that are already present within you. So don't you think that putting an education criteria would put out better leaders for the country?
I disagree, because in Haryana, the minimum education criteria was said to be just 10 years. And this obstructed 68% of the scheduled caste women, 41% of the scheduled caste men, and in general 50% of the all women in Haryana from competing in the elections. And not just that, don't you think that the villages of India have enough talent which needs to be given chance to compete in elections?
I completely agree with that. They do need a chance to compete in elections. But at the same time, even villagers today have public schools that they have access to. They have public schools they have access to, and they can get basic education. See, just because there is someone wants to be a leader does not mean that they can be a leader. Just because a villager, okay, let me tell you. Just because someone can, okay, so there it does obstruct a lot of people from becoming politicians, from contesting in elections. It does, but why? With good reason. I'm not saying that uneducated people are not qualified to becoming politicians, but educated people are far more qualified to become politicians because of their knowledge. Okay, for every other profession, we have a certain amount of education that we need, right? For doctors, we have their own degree, for lawyers, everything. So why is it that people who hold the most amount of power in a country, the government, do not need a certain amount of education to be there?
Now you brought up doctors and engineers and lawyers. Don't you think that by introducing a minimum education qualification requirement as the first baby step will cater to a more profitable education industry leading to premium colleges and coaching centers? Because I would never agree if you said that the decision-making bodies in this case will not be prompted to create even more stricter criteria and after that examinations for political candidates, because up is the only way we know.
But at the same time, isn't that the whole point? There should be a certain criteria. The politicians today who stand for the country should be held to certain standards, should be examined with correct forms of examinations, should have a certain education criteria to be there. Now, like you said, that will lead to criminal colleges. I disagree. Like we said, okay, so there are if we implement this, of course, the government will be more motivated to promote and give public education to the people at lower rates.
That is too far-fetched. And when you say that there should be higher quality in candidates, they should have certain values, I never said no to that, man. I just said no to when you create a legal requirement criteria that obstructs many people. And if you see that these criteria, there should be more criteria like, as I said again, before, there should be criteria which look into the background of how much work they have done, how much contributions they have made to society, how many people they have.
So my question is to Tanisha. Tanisha, assume that there is a kid who is first of all, real India is rural India. It is very hypocritical for us to stand here and talk about the rural India while we are not living there. Okay. Assume that there is a kid who was forced to leave his education to support his family. Okay, it was not his choice. He was forced for it. And if he is from a village, if he knows the people there, if he knows their problems, why do you think someone who has a BCom graduation degree is more qualified to do than him?
Okay, so I think like you said that he was forced to do education in this particular case scenario, right? So I said that before, that when we put people who are not educated, and a lot of those people who do not believe in education, we put them in a position of power, we put them in a position to influence the public, so that is not right for us to impart a certain message of why kids should be educated. Okay, so I think if there were educated politicians, there were better role models to look up, the parents would not have, dropped the kid out of the school in the first place.
I don't think that makes sense in a way. That kid didn't leave education because there was not a good prime minister who was educated in power at that time. But yeah, okay, I understand. And what is the basic education that you personally support that there should be there? Like graduation?
Say the minimum.
The criteria that you are applying for politicians, are you prepared to apply that to bureaucrats?
Yes.
Without degrees?
Yes.
IAS officers, no IAS officers? They are implementing on that the politicians are policy makers, that they dabble in politics and bring it into administration is a different matter altogether. Then they are just supposed to lay down policy formulation. It's a bureaucrat who implements them. And if you do not want minimum educational criteria for bureaucrats, what happens to the administration?
Sir, I'm really sorry because when you said bureaucrats, I really did not understand what you meant. Yes, I take my words back. Because my argument is strictly related to politicians and not bureaucrats. Those who do not form the policies, those who win the hearts of people, and those who understand their problems. Those are the politicians. Those are the people I'm talking about.
No. I have no questions.
Oh, okay.
So we have to leave. Yeah, thank you.
इसके बाद अभी हम
Thank you.
मशीन आ रहा है तो थोड़े हम बोले थे थोड़े शुरू पर ये कॉल चाहिए रोहन से हमारे मत खाई जैसे जो टॉपिक को तुमने सोचा मुगर 161st प्रेस फ्रीडम
अरे मारा तेरा पार्ट
160 प्रेस फ्रीडम
Thank you so much for not scaring me. Because if he was there, I would have been scared. I get to know.
Game, good job. Good job, Kenisha. Good job. Starting it. मैंने समझ गया यहाँ पे काम करवाने
Next. Jaldi. Follow on the next point. I'm giving you the yes, do that.
Our seventh topic for the day is India's 161st rank in the World Press Freedom Report a reflection of reality? For the topic, we have Priyanshi, against is Pranay Nayak. Introduce yourself.
That India's rank in the World Press Freedom is a reflection of reality. So I'm Priyanshi Vashti and I'm for the motion that India's rank in World Press Freedom is a reflection of reality.
Esteemed judges, I am Pranay Nayak and I am against the motion.
A Constitution of India under the Article 19(1)(a) gives us the right to freedom of speech. This implies that all citizens have the right to express their views and opinions. This includes words by government. But not only that, the right to information. They can also voice their opinions in newspapers, televisions, etc. But India, a democratic country, does not give true freedom to its journalists, and the rank 161st is the true reflection of that reality. The government also heavily controls and dominates the media and television, media and newspapers during the times of elections. Not only that, because of this, the true question arises: does the government get? Does the media get true freedom? And does the journalist get true freedom?
So, when we open the website of RFS Press Freedom Index, let me read the first line. The violence against journalists and situation of free speech in India is in severe crisis. Since 2014 by the Modi-led Hindu nationalist government, if we read further, there is a statement written, and I quote, undoubtedly the Reliance Industries chairman Mukesh Ambani, a personal friend of Narendra Modi. There is also a claim that 1.8 billion was spent by the government in print and online media alone. But when we filed the RTI, the reply says it was less than 1,000 crore in all the media outlets. So, how can we believe these reports when it's clearly shown biasness towards the government? And if we want to believe a report, it should be unbiased. And India's ranking in Press Freedom Index is 161. Military rugged countries like Sudan and Libya are higher. Afghanistan, which is currently not at all democratic and the media is controlled by the Taliban, is 9 places higher than India. I am amazed. So now Afghanistan is freer than India. Tell me how. Please, ma'am, if you consider this, tell me how is it possible. Let me clarify. I am not saying there isn't problems related to journalism, threats and deteriorating media situation. But I am against the numbers shown in the report, and I believe that report is faulty. The methodology and sources used in report is also very questionable. And courts have time and time again give relief to the people even if the government is suppressing their views. RTI, Right to Information, which has given each and every citizen and empowers them to ask any question to the government. Today, if we consider this ranking as true, then how you and me are openly criticizing the government? How news reports of government's wrongdoings, negatives are openly printed? If the media isn't free in this country, then how reports of Pegasus came out, how investigative journalists like Ravish Kumar, Akash Banerjee are making content. So my simple argument is, I am not saying that there isn't problems related to the journalism, but the report which is published here is very questionable and very faulty.
So let us discuss the parameters in the index. So the parameters to decide the index is pluralism in media, independence, media environment, self-censorship, legislative framework, transparency and quality and quality.
You're talking about parameters. When we see the methodology, okay, there's parameters, but there are only 150 respondents and 18 NGOs are actually asked to analyze each country. And first of all, answer this question: how do you justify Afghanistan being higher in position than India in the press freedom rankings? So this is very clear that the report is very faulty, and when we open the website, we see partial biasness towards the government. Then how can we accept this media report?
So on 6th May, recently 2 reporters in Ludhiana were arrested because they spoke against Aam Aadmi Party. Also on 18th May, the CBI
arrested a freelancer reporter saying that the journalist illegally collected sensitive information. So I want to say,
First of all, I'm not denying the facts that journalists are being harassed or journalism is under threat. I'm questioning the rankings. I'm not at all questioning if there's problems related to journalism.
journalists do not get the right to speak.
That is not true. Okay, there maybe you are pointing out selective examples. When we see our judiciary, the journalist can openly go to the judiciary to get relief. And I'm questioning the ranking. That's my point. I'm not questioning, if the situation is this severe. I'm questioning the ranking, how the rankings are there. If they can put India under Afghanistan, I'm questioning the rankings. I'm not questioning if there are problems related to journalism. I agree there are problems related to journalism, but I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning the rankings. And the ranking here is very faulty.
Is that the sole reason for you to speak on in terms of freedom of the press in India?
So, I say my personal opinion, freedom of the press situation in India is deteriorating. But what I am trying to point out this from my speech is about the report. The report showcases India in a bad light. If they are putting India after Afghanistan, that puts a bad image of our country. I don't deny that there are problems related to the journalism, but I am very much into that. The report is faulty.
Have you read the full report?
I have read much of full report, not full report, but I have read.
You have read only the preface.
I have read the gist.
She has given you a walkover, so there's nothing much to talk about. I'm a journalist, so I can.
But if we open the page of the website, sir, there's a clear biasness that they are against the government, using the terms as personal friend of Narendra Modi, or the first line that situation of press after 2014 is deteriorating. That's very questionable. If we are to accept a report,
an Hindenburg report talks about a journalist who did a lot of pioneering work before that report comes out. It's a gentleman called Parinjar Guha Thakur. Now that gentleman has been pursuing these things single-handed. No publisher in India was prepared to publish it. In terms, one, that he had written on Ambani, and second one that he had written on Adani. Both people have filed 100 crore rupee cases on this gentleman. And for almost about 8-9 years are not running those cases. It is only just to go to the other side. This situation as such, and this is, not as part of this discussion. I think you made your point. She hasn't rebutted it, so that argument is sold. But this is going beyond that, and absolutely not in context with the situation is rather different, I would say, from what
it is, sir. The situation is deteriorating.
And the argument that in terms of Afghanistan and some other places doesn't stand in terms of media freedom. Because wherever this happens, there is an underground press which grows, which news cannot be stopped. Mrs. Gandhi tried it with the revolution, she didn't succeed. There will always be what into quotes is called the underground press, which comes whenever, because I have to talk to you. If somebody stops you from talking, I will find some other way. It's a matter of articulation. But I wish you had been tested. Thank you, that's all.
Our next topic for the day is: should there be 1/3 reservation for women in politics? For the motion is Hiya and against is Ajit Kumar.
Yes.
Good afternoon. I believe that 1/3 reservation should be given to women in politics. It took 155 years and more to fight women for their rights to do with equality, economic opportunities and civil rights. Political reservations for women is a justification of democracy itself and helps improving the condition of women in the society. And also they give out their opinions on problems faced by them in the society. There are, by this, women form a strong lobby in the parliament to fight for their issues and which are often ignored by them.
Okay, so hello my fellow participants and esteemed panel judges. I am Ajit Kumar and I am against the motion of giving women the 1/3 reservation in politics of India. Now, participants, look around yourself. No, seriously, look around yourself. What do you see? We were 100 participants, and out of those 100 participants, 32 were selected for this round. Now, imagine a hypothetical scenario where out of the 32 people selected, 11 were pre-selected because of their gender. That is quite a terrifying scenario for me. But do you know what is more terrifying? There are people in this country, in our society, which will do anything in their power to justify this hypothetical situation and turn it into a drastic reality. That is what 1/3 reservation in politics of India for women is actually. That is my opinion. Thank you.
We believe that men and women are equal, but in the current socio-economic situation, it is in a fact that women are not treated as equal to men, and reservations are required for their treatment to be mainstream. We see so many rape cases and sensitive cases in which women majority can actually relate to more and give out better conclusions. A woman play multiple roles in a society, and if she gets a reservation in politics, she can deliver a better opinion, a better view to the society and their problems.
So, this is how the debate is going to go from my side. I am going to ask you some questions, and I am going to give you the reasoning behind me asking those questions, and I want you to answer those questions with your utmost power. And if I believe the answer is not enough convincing, I'll argue. Now, my first question to you is reservation the first step in the direction of more representation of women in politics? Is that the first step? I believe the first step, this is my belief, I believe the first step, if women are so suppressed in this country, I believe this first step should be eliminating the suppression itself, so that women are allowed to, give them the opportunity to not only for politics but outside of politics. This is my reasoning behind the question. The second question I would like to ask you is, why 33%? What is this an arbitrary number? Is the justification between 33% communicated to the society? Because if women are so oppressed, and women constitutes 50% of the population of India. Now, if population is so high, so shouldn't it be higher? These are my two questions.
As you said, women consume 50% of population in today's country. If there is no reservation of women and women are seen by such regressive view, then whole of the 50% of the view and opinions will not be taken into the consideration at all. There are so many. In 1993, amendment was passed that 1/3 in the village council position in Gram Panchayat for women. Those women worked commendably in the development and overall being of the society. There is now evidence that women in that panchayat have shattered the social myths, been more accessible than men, controlled and reduced the corruption in all sectors.
No, you can argue. You are in free.
Okay, so that 1993 amendment. Let us talk about the credibility. Now, if the law of one-third reservation wasn't passed, do you really believe that those women would not have been selected for that post? I believe that you are trying to take away their credit, that they were not actually capable enough to get into those positions with their capabilities and their competence. What you are trying to do is suggest that because of that reservation, they were allowed to hold their post in Gram Panchayat. This is not women empowerment, this is anti-women empowerment for me.
Indians have a basic propaganda that boys are always superior than women and women always belong in the kitchen and all.
I don't know.
Can you guarantee that those girls and those village girls will be provided with the same opportunity as the men?
So that is what we should work about. We should first eliminate the suppression that you are talking about in the society itself. Now, let me finish. Now, to eliminate that suppression, we need more capable, we need more competent people at these positions in parliament. Now, if we talk about reservation, do you believe that the classic case of the classic problem with reservation, which is tokenism, would be solved? Now, let me give a brief idea of what tokenism is. Now, what tokenism talks about is the risk of overlooking more qualified individuals irrespective of their gender in this particular scenario. Now, I want more competent and more capable people in my parliament. Is that too much to ask for me?
So you are talking about equality?
I'm not. I'm talking about meritocracy.
Okay.
I'm not.
Both male and female have different point of view. Male have a different point of view to look at an issue. Women has a different point of view to look at issue. And by the statistics, it is proven that women give out more better and more simple solutions to the social issues and social threats. And so I believe that.
What are the sources on that? Because women, okay, I believe that women will give more commendable reasonings behind social issue. All women or the more competent? I believe meritocracy is the undeniable truth for a better prospect we should look about in politics. Now, if we
So see, there are three types of the rationale behind reservations, be it for gender reservation or for social reservation, SC community. Everything is to give. There are three powers: social, economic, and political. Okay. Women in India don't have that much social power that men don't have that much economic power that men have. That is very unfortunate. So why can't government at least give them the political power that they deserve?
Sir, I believe that you think that man cannot give those power. So is that your
assuming that man cannot give this power is defining that man already have that power.
I think this is your debate because I believe that more competent people and more capable people will think about this issue and give those will try to eradicate the suppression from the society. That
isn't the point.
Giving the opportunity first would not actually, empower women to take up the political jobs. So taking out the suppression, taking out the patriarchy out of the society is the first step. Now, you can't just try a Hayabusa vehicle first. You need to learn a cycle first. This is for, I mean, you should carry out first, second, third step. First step, I believe, is empowering women, and I believe that reservation can actually be very anti-empowering for women.
So the analogy that you gave about the cycle and Hayabusa, that is what exactly the government thought, and that is why they reserved panchayat seats for women, so that they get into politics and can come to the higher level of politics to administer. You saying that women, you believe in merit, right? The merit right now exists because men have more social, economic and political powers. That is the cause of it. You saying that merit should be the reason, the merit, this is a rigged system, if you understand. The system is completely rigged, it is completely against women. We can't give them social power, we have been trying for 70 years. We can't give them economic power, we have been trying for 70 years. The only thing that is in the power of the government is to give them political power. With political power comes social and economical influence. So why can't the government at least give the power that is in their hand to give it to them? They are trying the cycle, they have tried it since 1992. Now, when is the right time to introduce the same power in the higher form of government? Till how long can you say that, okay, you rule at panchayat level only? When is the right time to introduce the same laws in state legislative assemblies and parliament?
Sir, what would guarantee the empowering of women if they are selected in the reservation category? You can see the clear examples in today's society, like Scandinavian and the Balkan societies. They are very matriarchal in nature. The politics, Sweden has like 50% of the politicians are females. Now, I believe they are very outperforming. They are actually outperforming every Asian or other European countries in the happiness index. But when we talk about development, when we talk about the peace and how they carry out the peace agenda in the society, they are not subpar with that. So now giving women these opportunities does not actually give us the high probability that this will work, that the suppression will go out of the system that you call so rigid will go out.
The probability will increase. You are saying it will not increase at all?
I am saying that the probability of coming in changes is not very high, because we have seen in matriarchal societies that when women are given these students, there have been results in, like, they are very compassionate in nature. They are very compassionate in nature, biology. Now, to run politics, I believe that with compassion you need to have that sort of cunningness, that sort of politics is basic.
So you would want your politician to be more cunning and less compassionate. That is what you are saying, right? That there should be more cunning and less compassionate.
I believe there should be a mix. They should not have they should not have extremities of both. They should not be either be too cunning or they should not be either be too compassionate.
You got the subject to speak for the motion. You genuinely believe that there should be reservation?
I do believe that there should be reservation.
That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Well, that was an amazing round. Next topic we have is, should the government continue to own and operate PSUs or should they be privatized to improve efficiency and competitiveness? We have Het Patel speaking for the motion. We have Lee Joshi against the motion.
I'll start off with a quote by Kautilya. Just as it is impossible to know when a fish drinks water, just like that, it is impossible to find when a government servant is stealing money. What does privatization actually mean? Privatization is the control of the government over a particular service, and it has been shifted into the private hands. Or when the government regulates a private company, or lessens or removed a company, it is said to have undergone deregularization or privatization. So, what are basically the advantages of privatization? Let's talk about healthcare. Involvement of private hospitals and clinics in government healthcare schemes. As far as, let's take an example, in UK, recently the government has involved the private healthcare sectors, and the industry is actually booming right now with over 48% increase. Let's talk about education. Everybody of you have studied majority in private schools and not public schools. Why? Because the government has not been able to manage the education in the public schools. The government's commitment to provide free and compulsory education has failed, and we have seen that over time. Let's talk about a scam called Pallarivattam flyover scam.
Alright, so PSUs are one of the major part of the Indian economy. PSUs work with a motive of social welfare, while the private enterprises will mostly be concerned with only their own profits, and this will only lead to oligarchs. Basically, when the entire working of a country is given in the hands of private institutes, they would only focus, their only motive would be to earn profits, since they are profit driven, and the public welfare, which should be the primary motive, will be neglected. Along with that, privatization will also reduce the opportunity of employment, since PSUs generate a large number of jobs, and high employment risks are one of the major factors that are also to be taken into consideration. High risk of job termination, no job securities are one of the most important concerns that even the Indian citizens have, which is why people rather would want to go with a government job than to go with a private, to work in a private firm. COVID-19 is one of the prime examples to ascertain that. Plus, they have no pressure to follow a reservation policy, which is why reserved categories are also in question. when we talk about privatization, we cannot eliminate the factor that they have skyrocketing prices. And with 27.5% below poverty line people, how do you think people are going to pay for all of those expensive yet good quality yet so expensive services? Are we going to neglect?
First of all, you talked about no public welfare happening in the privatization schemes, but you actually have to see that the mix between privatization and public sector can also happen. We have also seen examples of that. I'll talk about Palarivattam flyover scam. It was a flyover project, and over 79 crores were invested in the project. I mean, they were assigned to the project, but the total cost of construction was only 47 crores. So where did the 32 crore go? That is the question. That is the biggest question. That is corruption that usually happens in the public sectors. You talked about the people wanting to pursue public sector jobs like IAS officers, UPSC officers. But what happens is when the majority of the people try to pursue the same thing, everybody wants the only reason they pursue that is obviously that is the empowerment of the country, that is the empowerment of the community. But also many of the people pursue that is to gain the benefits from the black profits. You can abuse your position over others, you can use superiority. That is one of the major reasons why people want to go into government jobs. Kala paisa, to eat kala paisa. The money, okay, so let's say a budget of 200 crores is given to make a project, a government project, and when the cost is, when the money is handed down from one person to another, from a minister to a contractor to the builder, the money is reduced from 100% to 25%. So how are you going to manage the corruption that is actually happening?
So corruption is a thing that is not only restricted to government and PSUs. Privatizations have also been known for a lot of black money going around. They have also been included in a lot of scams. Take for example PNB. When it was privatized, that is exactly when Vijay Mallya took away crores and crores of money out of the country. What do you talk about that? You talk about government PSUs being so corrupt, while there are several examples which also state that privatization is no better. Along with that, private sector failures are just as common as public sectors because a lot of institutes that have now become public have taken, for example, the private banks have either stopped to exist or been consumed by scandals, right? Along with that, I'd also like to talk about water privatization of India. So that water privatization of India is a concept that is going around since 1990s, right? So the price hikes are phenomenal. Unsustainable water mining, corruption and lack of transparency are some of the very, very crucial factors that have played a role, and this is one of the biggest concerns that we have.
Do you think that the public welfare should be the only aspect in which a country should progress? Why not think economically? Let's see, in the public sector banks, they have committed a fraud of over 87,284 crore rupees with a total of 32,839 cases of fraud that were filed in the last 5 years. Let's talk about the 1.76 trillion rupee 2G telecommunication scam by the UPA of Congress. Let's talk about the 3,600 crore chopper gate scam in the 2013. Let's talk about the 10,000 crore SBI and NHB security scam in 1992. Let's talk about the Defense Ministry 58,000 crore Rafale scam. Let's talk about the 1.856 lakh crore coal gate scam. Examples of the public sector companies who have abused their power. The private sectors are more profit and result oriented. So they'll sometimes subdue the thoughts of public welfare for the proper economic growth of the country.
So do you not think that that public welfare is the only motive of PSUs, and it should be the only motive? When you give it to privatization, that is what I'm saying, that they focus only and only on profits. Take for example water privatization. It's a
billion-dollar business in India. What makes you think that they would rather think about the welfare of their own country's people rather than trying to get ahead in the
I think you are
competition?
only going in a one-dimensional way. You
That
don't
is one example. I'm talking about high prices as well. You talk about 27.5% people below poverty line. Poverty is so common in India. How do you think people are going to pay for such expensive hospitals that you talked about? Those hospital beds, those ventilators, they cannot afford that. So you are denying the citizens of India the bare minimum facilities.
The promotions that are given in the public sector industries are on the basis of superiority. While in the private sectors, they are given on the basis of performance. How can that be? What do you think is more moral? The superiority is more moral, or the performance-based promotions are more moral?
So when you talk about performance, if they are performance-driven and if they perform the best, they will also charge accordingly. Do you not think so? And how? See, when you talk about even education. Private education. Tell me how many people can afford that? Only the people in urban area. What about the people in rural area? How do you think they're
Even the people in rural areas right now, they are preferring private institutions over the public institutions. The reason being, the education provided in the public institutions is null. It is zero as compared to the education being provided in the private institutions. Let's talk about you. Where did you study? You studied in a private school. Is that not right?
First of all, government schools are nowhere related to public sector undertaking. Do you guys understand the meaning of public sector undertaking? First, secondly, IAS officers are not PSU workers, they are government employees. PSU and government are totally different. Okay. So, we went on a very weird path talking about schools which are government schools, which are not funded by PSU companies. Okay. One point that you mentioned about the threat of job loss. See, that clearly implies that if a private company takes over, the people will lose jobs because they are inefficient. If the idea is of profit maximization, which it is, then why would they lose jobs? It clearly means that they are not competent, that they are not working at 100%. So are you okay with running a company that is making losses and they know that the problem is they are not competent?
But then we will also have to accommodate people who are not incompetent. See, incompetency comes from opportunities. If we talk about people coming from rural areas, I would say they haven't gotten the opportunity to excel themselves.
But PSU is not taking rural
employees,
right?
I'm citing an example. For example, if a person who's working is from a rural background, if you fire them because of his incompetency, how are they supposed to get employed if not PSU?
Be competent enough to get a job. That is the most.
So that is the thing, they're not getting.
Why, like privatization?
That is the whole point, right? Like for Twitter, Elon Musk came and fired a lot of employees because they realized that we can work with 20 people. Why are we working with 100 people anyway? So what you are saying is that okay, as long as they are making loss, it is okay, but लोगों को job नहीं चाहिए. That is not how we run a company. Okay, and IAS officers are not.
I mean,
both of you have deviated very far away from the actual topic. You went onto absolutely tangential. The issue here was about public sector units. Should they be privatized or should they be kept? So the essence of the debate is on this public sector units. See, that they offer jobs, that they employ people from rural, ultimately even in a public sector unit, the profit, the possibility and the rich remains a right. The problem that arises as coming away from this is that is profit the sole motive why these were started? These were started, the public sector, you must go back to understand the public sector was started because there was dearth of private sector entering these. Nobody was prepared to enter. We did not have the infrastructure. So the government kick-started the infrastructure. IITs started because there was no end. Then the private universities came in, then they were there. So basically, you just wake up. No.
Now we'll be taking a quick break of 20 minutes. All those who are willing to have food can go and be back. For those who are still researching and research, we'll be starting sharp at 1:50. So I want everyone back at 1:50, those who charge the lift. And we'll be winding it up by 2:30, where you'll get your group discussion topics for those who are qualified. And for 2:33 will be going in that direction.
Continue, Martha.
but I would like to convey is that it needs unity. Unity means a sense of commonness. And if we talk about a nation state as a if we talk about the proper definition of a nation state, I would like to quote Ernst Renan, the journalist at the time of French Revolution, that Ernst Renan's definition of a pure nation state is that it is the culmination of past, the cultural influences, the past endeavors of the people, and we can make out from the history of India that moreover a descent is from the is coming up from the Hindi language, and it's more of its Hindi rulers, and it's like the word cites India as Hindustan. So we can have Hindi as a national language.
So let's first talk about the unity he was talking about. Unity, to be real, must stand the severest strain without breaking. Warm regards to everyone. I personally feel that linguistic diversity should be celebrated and preserved. Unity of India is due to the diverse and different linguistic groups existing in the country. It is necessary for us to adopt all the languages and accept it as our own. Languages shouldn't be discriminated like the people which are being discriminated right now. State Reorganization Commission in 1956 was appointed, and it created different states based on mostly linguistic language diversities. It helped divide India but promote unity among groups to sustain in the same country. It helps strengthen Indian society as a whole. Emul, Antan and Baghati are some of the critically endangered languages right now. The reason for their endangerment is like quite simple. Like successive generation of speakers become bilingual and then begin to lose proficiency in their traditional languages. Therefore, linguistic diversity is necessary because it helps preserve unique identities and cultures of different communities. Thank you.
So I never said in my statement that we have to get a language which is superior than other languages. Even by adopting a national language, we can practice multilingualism. That is not the thing like we are imposing a language that you have to read this, you have to speak this. It is that it is a binding force. Like if I am a migrant from Gujarat, I have my job in Tamil Nadu. I go there. I obviously might not be that well in Tamil, so I need some common language. I'm like it's an instinct that we Gujaratis are like not much far better in English also. So if I go to a place and there should be some common language which I can communicate with, and that is something. And Hindi can be that language because obviously it is the language of the majority of the people. And I am not saying that Hindi is superior than other languages. It is just that even by adopting Hindi as a language, we can practice linguistic diversity.
You told about the linguistic diversities. It creates a barrier. Firstly, you talk about imposing a particular language on citizens all over the country. But have you ever thought of that it's just 43% or just a slightly more than the people who speak Hindi as their languages right now, currently in India? Firstly, India has a diversity of languages which needs to be adopted by everyone as they have obviously said. I would like to present something. In June 2017, Union Minister Venkaiah Naidu said, Hindi is our national language, India can't process without it. Supporting this statement, Amit Shah also stated that India must have a national language as India should have an identity. After this statement, many protests by farmers and people from different communities took place. To this, Parliament reacted that there was no idea about one nation, one language at all. About this, Parliament also declared that it is not the thing which has to be adopted right now as a language. If you see India has 28 states and 8 union territories. Each state having more than 1,000 different district languages, recognizing many different things.
So, I would like to say is that let's take an example. If we go to a place and we find various people from various cultures in that place, we can see that they know Hindi, but not to that extent. Like they can just speak Hindi, like it's just can be that we can communicate with them in that language. That's not that they don't even know Hindi. So what I can say is that just making Hindi a national language, it won't create as much as a difference which you are saying.
It will create a difference. Obviously, it will create a difference. It was, the difference was created since very long time. Southern India would obviously face a very difficult time by this. It has already faced it, and it will obviously face if you make it a one nation, one language.
I am not saying that. I am just.
It will create disparities between. Let me complete, please. It will create disparities. Take a situation. You are at an office. There are Gujaratis all around you. Okay, you can communicate with them easily. Now, what if that company was that company was transported to Tamil Nadu? What would you have done? You would have to employ someone who knew that native language, obviously, to communicate with the people, to establish the networks and communication in the employment sector. So, for this reason, linguistic languages obviously must be preserved and celebrated.
In India's constitution, there are 22 scheduled languages. They are given the right which they deserve. What I am saying is that just getting a nation a national language will just create an identity of a nation in the global world.
In the global world, if you talk about France, Germany, they all have 2 to 3 major languages which can be distinguished. That's why they are known as France, French. India as a country, Punjabi, Marathi, Sikh, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Odia, Bengali, Gujarati. This is called
Which
India.
language out of these can identify India in the
If
global
you
world?
go, if you right now go to US, go stand there, Gujarati, everyone knows that person is from India. He is very sure. So there's no need of getting a language right now.
I want India to get a representation like India has.
India is still getting a representation if you call it a Gujarati.
If some of our delegates go to the United Nations and speak there in Punjabi or Marathi, that won't get out that impression of
They
India.
even won't get if they speak in Hindi.
Because India is cited as Hindustan by the world. The world implies India to be the land of the kings. And I am not saying that I am imposing a language. In the curriculum, it is in the south also, in the northeast also, Hindi language has been there, and as a subject, and they are practicing it, they are trying to speak it. But they are not willing to speak it just for the sake that they fear that their culture would be lost, which is not the case, because it is just being a national identity.
About the culture, you said, culture obviously will be lost because as I mentioned, the 3 most critical endangered language, Amol, Anai and Baghati. These 3 languages are critically endangered and obviously are going to be. Why do you think they are critically endangered? Because people have stopped speaking in those languages right now. They need to communicate so that one gets to know what the language they are talking about.
Does that refer to the reason that it is the coming of the new languages which make them endangered?
Obviously, why not? If you go and adopt bilingual community, then how are you going to, how do you expect to come in? See, a garland is made up of many different flowers, then only it looks beautiful. It can't look beautiful without only more grass. Okay?
I'd like to attain a technological aspect about
How do you propose to implement what you say and what you are in this country? Suppose you are the helm of affairs of this country. How do you propose to implement?
It is like Hindi has been implemented in the study curriculum of various states, also state governments, as well as the central board. So like what I say is that I am not imposing Hindi as the national language, like all here have to speak in Hindi. If they speak in other language, they will be punished. That's not the thing. It is just to get a nation a proper identity at the global level that yes, India, Hindi. That's what the
See, a country is made up of people. It is made up of regions. The land belongs to the people. So the country's identity in terms of land comes from its people. Okay, it is an inalienable right to that. So now in such a circumstances, if Tamil Nadu says I won't, or for that matter, Karnataka says, or for that matter, any part of the country says, I refuse to accept it, and has been a problem. So how do you propose to deal with this as a practical aspect of a problem which needs a solution?
Yes, so like it won't affect them much because they are free to speak, officially communicate in their languages, their local languages. Hindi and English are still the official languages. All the official work between the states or between the center and the state, it all goes either in Hindi or in English. For example, now I would say that if we need to, like 43%, around 43% of the people are Hindi speakers. This includes all those which have the second language as Hindi as well as first language. So, considering the welfare of these people, if like in some apps might be developed in that language so as it can reach to like it will obviously be understandable to 43% of the people living in that country. So, it will give a boost to the economy also.
So my question is to Shaleen, that considering your concern about preserving the culture, then why are southern states not okay with teaching 3 languages? You can teach Kannada, Hindi and Gujarati or English there. If your idea is to preserve your culture, if your idea is not to stand against a particular language, then why are you not okay with having 3 languages, teaching 3 languages in your curriculum?
Teaching 3, I do agree with you, sir. Teaching 3 languages is okay, it's a good idea. But teaching those 3 languages has to be preserved and conserved very well. Like if you teach the example you gave, Hindi, English, and the language you said Kannada. Okay, the 3 languages you said. What if they don't want to learn? What if it's not about that state will impose them or some government official or public will impose it to them. They are not forceful. They shouldn't force them to study whatever language they are comfortable. They need to study that, obviously. The second thing is, obviously, right now in Gujarat also, Gujarati has also become a very important language right now, so that everyone should know and can communicate very easily. In the southern area also, communication is also a very important source, obviously. If you go to Kannada, you obviously need to hire a guide who can communicate with you in Hindi and you to them in Kannada, so that they can help you out. Obviously, communication becomes and knowledge also.
Okay, but the idea is to preserve your culture, which I clearly mentioned. In southern states, you don't see them defending their language as more as you see them attacking Hindi. There have been cases where in metro Hindi was written and removed it. So the hate against Hindi, how do you identify? How do you like defend that?
Hate against Hindi is their perspective, sir. Like it was obviously way before. It was obviously like the South was fighting way before that we are not going to adopt Hindi as our national language at all. They were obviously correct from their perspective. And the country also knew that 40 or less than 40% of the majority were Hindi speakers. So they are knowing that yes, it is not the majority, so you can't impose it to us. Like first is
so if they are in majority,
they aren't in majority, but if their will goes forward, then yeah, obviously why can't?
So okay, so let's say there are 55% population speaking Hindi, then you are okay with them imposing Hindi?
No, obviously not.
You just clearly shared.
Like I told about them like.
Okay, particular state.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to know.
Thank you.
The next topic we have is, should there be an educational criteria for politicians? We have Mudit for the motion and Prakash against the motion.
I'm Mudit Patel and I'm going to speak for the motion. Education is a moral and mental asset which gives a person the power of thinking.
It gives 99% assurance of not making errors when making decisions in this present world. Of ours. Seeing the situation of Indian politics, the need of Indian politicians, the need of educated ones can be seen as they are unaware about the history of politics and have knowledge limited to their regions as constituencies. Education provides a new vision and gives them a knowledge of simple proven policies which can solve complex problems. We often say that India has dirty politics. It is because of lack of education. In order to slander the opposition party, provocative speeches are spoken, illegal practices are done, and fake news are spread. When inexperienced ministers are ruling the country, development and growth of the country cannot be expected. It would not be wrong to say that political parties are full of undeserving candidates who misuse their power promoting hooliganism. I'm not saying we need Harvard graduates, but mere basic literacy capabilities is a must for someone who has to govern the Vishwa Guru. Why is it that people who just want a decent job with a decent pay need to study for years and face tough exams such as UPSC and JEE, but ministers who have to lead this magnanimous country are spared from doing so?
Good afternoon everyone, my name is Pratyush and I am speaking against the motion. India is one of the most diverse countries on this planet. Unsurprisingly therefore, the opportunities offered to its people vary a lot. Unfortunately, education remains one such opportunity. The inequality in the level of education means that by fixing basic qualifications, you are denying the right to contest elections and lead this country to a huge part of this population. Furthermore, let us not confuse intelligence with education. They are not the same. Today, our education system's basic infrastructure is simply not enough. Let me give you two examples. The first one is that 40% of our Indian engineers are unemployable today. These are people who have a graduate degree. Secondly, very importantly, we have different types of reservations meant for different classes of people. Why? Because to bridge the gap between this inequality that exists in education. In conclusion, our constitution starts with we the people, and you cannot be allowed to put an asterisk on the qualification of that we. Thank you.
So as you said that we are leaving a huge part of this country by not allowing them to run in elections But is it okay if some inexperienced or if some uneducated who has no knowledge of any new systems or policies who is going to come, who will take over the country and try to lead it, but has no simple knowledge of how to do it?
So again, my learned friend is confusing experience with education. It is not, for example, let me give you an example. We have a lot of ministers right now, previous ministers, who may not have had the best education in the world, but they had real world experience, because that is what counts when you are leading a country like India. Empathy, understanding of the people that you are leading, that is what counts. To make informed decisions, we have the permanent executive who help the leaders do their job and make those decisions. But it is the leader's job to also lead the people along with making these decisions, which is not guaranteed through education, which is guaranteed through in-route experience. Those routes are yet not facilitated with good educational opportunities.
Experience and knowledge are two different things. Experience is something you can gain by being there yourself, but knowledge is something that you need to gain from somebody else. You need to learn it. You need to grasp a knowledge from outer world, learn new policies, think out of the box to tackle problems in India.
Unfortunately, I beg to differ. Experiencing things is how you get to learn. For example, today in ArgueFest, sitting in the audience, experiencing these debates, that is how I am learning and expanding my knowledge about the issues that are being debated. Experiencing certain certain events in life teaches you a lot more than a year or two of postgraduate.
But what if you are sitting over here, you don't know how to speak English, you don't know how to comprehend, then will you be able to even know what they are trying to speak? And will you be able to even grasp the knowledge that they are speaking?
But language is nowhere concerned when it comes to education.
In India, in the present world, is the most common used language to read or write or to speak or to talk to anybody. You need basic knowledge.
Definitely, but that is basic linguistic skills. Linguistic skills are a little different from education itself. Linguistic skills may be learned from just communicating back and forth. For example, our current Prime Minister, Honorable Narendra Modi, he was not as fluent in English just a few decades ago, but he learned how through statesmanship, through experience in the office. That's how we learn.
For a few exceptions, we cannot let everybody,
No, but that is
any fool or any hooligan come inside the political system of our country and make a mess out of it.
It is extremely wrong that we are comparing people who are not educated to hooligans here. That is not what that's not what happens. What is important is to see what education does to a leader. Does it really matter? See, Hitler was also very well educated. See, the thing is that having a good education does not make a leader a good leader automatically. That's not what happens.
Having a minimum education criteria, as you can see in Bihar or Uttar Pradesh right now, any person who has power or contacts can come into politics. Even film stars who have no experience, who have no basic speaking skills, they come in just because of their popularity and they are messing up the whole system. Cricketers who have no idea of what politics is are coming inside and they are not even stay into the system for a particular
So let us take these examples. Thank you.
So first my question is to Mudit. You clearly emphasized on the correlation of education with corruption. Past Prime Minister corruption happening because of less educated ministers. That will be my first speech. So our past Prime Minister, Mr. Manmohan Singh, Dr. Manmohan Singh was much more educated than our current Prime Minister. But you have read about the corruption in the Congress rule. So how are you correlating two things like this? Corruption happening, the crime and the education?
Sir, this is just a mere exception. It is in limelight because it is happening at such a huge scale. If you go to these small gram panchayats and lower levels of politics, it is very evident that those who are not even those who don't have basic education, those who are into promoting violence, they are coming into politics and they are doing it so they are influencing other people as well.
Are you implying that those who are educated do not resort to violence?
That's not my point, but certain amount of basic mere education can always help them to open up to better ideas. It can allow them to reach out to more people. It can allow them to implement new policies into their government.
How should that be done? What would be, suppose if you are in the decision making stage, what would be the roadmap that you would suggest?
So putting a education criteria, at least having a bachelor's degree or an undergraduate degree.
Who puts that criteria? They are the decision makers, they are the lawmakers. Who does that?
So that's the change we need to inspire.
Alright. Next week.
The next topic we have is, should India implement uniform civil code that applies to all citizens regardless of religion to promote equality and secularism?
We have Hetri Karya speaking for the motion. We have Ishita Sahai against the motion.
Uniform civil code does not mean uniformity in the personal realm or the cultural realm or even the religious realm for that matter. This code is a consequence of one nation, one law approach. If you happen to be a single nation, there must be homogeneity, at least with respect to certain set of laws. The code will simplify the complex laws around marriage ceremonies, inheritance, succession and adoptions, making them one for all. The same civil law will then be applicable to all citizens irrespective of their faith. And Dr. B.R. Ambedkar in this matter once said that, I personally do not understand why religion should be given this vast, expansive jurisdiction so as to cover the whole of life and to prevent the legislature from encroaching upon that field. After all, what are we having this liberty for? We are having this liberty in order to reform our social system, which is also full of inequities, discriminations and other things which conflict with our fundamental rights.
So recently this Uniform Civil Code has been creating unnecessary communal disharmony, interfering unnecessarily in personal freedom and has been its implementation will be a problem for the diverse culture of India and will destroy pluralism in the country. Now I would like to state why the implementation of UCC is not necessary. Well, first of all, I would like to point out that in Constitution, it is said that UCC is not enforceable, it is recommended. Also, UCC application is not necessary to show India's commitment to secularism. India is committed to human rights without application of UCC. It is also committed to gender justice and social justice without UCC. India can take a stand against these social injustices like polygamy or child marriages, inheritance problem, divorces. Without the implementation of UCC, the state has enough power and capability to stand against these kind of problems. Also, UCC violates constitutional freedom to practice religion of choice, which allows religious communities to follow their respective personal laws.
Pointing out the diversity of India that will be affected by the Uniform Civil Code, ma'am, India is diverse as a country, but not diverse in aspect of law. You do not need different laws for every other person just because they belong to different religions. Talking about the fundamental right, no fundamental right is absolute, as they are subject to public order, morality and health, according to clause 1 of Article 25 and Article 26. Clause 2 of Article 25 says that nothing in this article shall affect the operation of any existing law or prevent the state from making any law. This justifies the point you say that it violates the fundamental rights.
Okay, so you said that law is for everyone. Well, what will you say about the CRPC and IPC, which is not applied in the Nagaland and Mizoram, and they don't, in that case, they don't follow one law, one nation kind of thing. Also, what will you say that special cultural rights are given to certain tribes, special cultural rights are given to special states because of their diversity, then these kinds of laws are there. So rather than implementing UCC, we should focus more on the social injustices happening in the states or in the country.
Well, social injustice happens to women also. Social injustice happens to Muslim women. Muslim men have the right to marry 4 wives, but why not Muslim women have the right to marry for her.
Ma'am, okay, so you are saying that Muslim men are allowed to marry 4 women. Then rather than focusing on application of UCC, we should focus on making the women understand that this is not right for a man to marry 4 women, and also
Ma'am, it is mentioned in the Sharia law and Sharia is applicable in India. Okay. And that is the right to apply the UCC. If every religion follows their own law,
the personal law board said that they don't want to form this, they don't want to follow this UCC and these kind of uniform laws for everyone. Rather than forcibly putting them under this kind of law, we should first make them aware why this kind of uniformity is supposed to be there, and then we should apply. This is not the need of the hour. Uniform civil code is not the need of the hour. The need of the hour is dealing with the injustices happening in the state, in the country.
Well, I did not ever say that it is the need of the hour and it should be implemented today itself. I said that uniform civil code is important to implement today, tomorrow, or after 3 days, 3 years, 30 years.
It is recommendable under recommended to people.
Exactly, it is recommended and it is the duty of the government, of the legislature to uphold the constitution, because it is
the duty of the government also to maintain the harmony among the people. The major protest is from the Muslim community. Why it is happening? Because of the
it will start with the right of man to marry 4 women.
From the beef.
Sir, may I tell you, Islam has 5 pillars and none of the 5 pillars say that you need to marry 4 wives. Then what is the problem with
I'm not saying that this can be justified, but we have to make them educated why.
Exactly. So before implementing the uniform civil
not
code, the government will deliberate with the citizens and religious leaders of each religion
of handling this kind of laws, and we should make them
understand uniform civil code that we will write. Yes, we will. The government will.
No, ma'am, but it is not. It cannot be enforced. It's recommended.
The constitution says that it is recommended. It is upon the government to uphold it. It is upon the government to uphold it.
It is the responsibility of the government to maintain the uniform civil, like uniformity among the civil people.
So first my question is to Ishita. First slight clarification. UCC is Article 44 of DPSP. DPSP are
state policies.
are involved in our constitution for them to be implemented. The UCC was Dr. Ambedkar was in favor of implementing it, but at that time the communal riots were happening and they realized that it cannot be implemented right now. So they included it in DPSP, hoping that it is state's duty to implement those things. Even after 75 years, you are saying that it is not the right time. Then when the right time will arrive? Second, coming to the point of the hypocrisy shown by the Muslim clerics, they are cherry picking. Right now, you have uniform criminal laws. Because in Sharia law, if you do speech, your hands will be cut. So at that time, we are like, okay, हमको ये rights नहीं चाहिए, we want uniform laws. But when they can have 4 wives, they are okay with it. So you can't cherry pick between, if you want, you have universal laws or not. So what are your stand on that? What is your stand on that?
So first I would like to say that I'm not in the stance of Hindu-Muslim in this kind of situation. This is a situation for the country's welfare. So I'm not saying that it is right for the Muslims to marry 4 wives. It is not right, but the overlapping controversies over these issues like the belief, the saffronization of the school curriculum, the love jihad, and the overall silence of the top leaders on these kind of controversies have made them very vulnerable to these issues right now. So if we enforce this uniform civil, they are
not accepting it. So what other option we have? We are going to enforce it on them.
Laws are enforced.
But they will then protest and it will cause the communal disharmonies and riots will happen and
So a community. So first of all, the assumption is that.
what we can do? First we have to, like I said, the head of the Muslim Women Personal Law Board, she was not in the stand of these kind of things like this UCC. So first we have to tell the Muslim women why this polygamous marriage or these child marriages are not correct scientifically, philosophically and for a person's overall sense. And then if it's necessary, and also all UCCs applied for what? For dealing with social injustices and other kind of problem that injustice that people of India are facing. But the state already has powers and capabilities to deal with this kind of thing. The triple talaq was dealt without the UCC, and the other, when the Hindus untouchability was removed, other kind of thing, the formal laws were there. So UCC was not there, but still these kind of things happened. So what is the unnecessary implementation of UCC?
In support of your arguments, once only one community, one religion, while the talk is about uniform civil code for all religions. Why has your articulation stopped at just one community? Same as I noticed earlier participants in terms of language, speaking only in terms of Hindi, which is sort of practiced only in certain states. Similarly, there are Christians, there are Jains, there are Sikhs. So a whole lot of them are involved. Why this stress on just one? I was rather intrigued and would like to know from you.
So I see that major opposition for this uniform civil code comes from the Muslim community, and that's the reason I did mention it here. And in this context, since she mentioned that Muslim community is opposing, so to answer her question, I have emphasized on the opposition coming from Muslim community.
Are you aware of the fact that in Gujarat, at one point of time, well, as a Hindu part of the religious and Buddhists were supposed to be clubbed as one, there was vehement opposition to this. It was clearly pointed out that we are not a part of this religious structure of yours. We are a separate religious entity. So my point is that why does the convergence of the mind ultimately come to one? While there are various aspects, bad aspects of others also, which need to be uniformly. But I have not, in my sort of experience here, I have never seen anyone pointing out to other religions. I suggest that when you speak on a subject, there should be a more broader distinction to look at this.
Last. Yes, thank you so much.
The next topic we have is, should there be 1/3 reservation for women in politics? We have Navya for the motion and Arya Ravan against the motion.
Those are directly
Navya?
Yes.
You're Navya?
Yes, I'm Navya for the motion.
So the topic is, should there be 1/3 reservation for women in politics? I would say yes. The reservation provides opportunity for the women to go ahead in politics and represent their opinions, voice out their feelings, and bring a change that affects the women in country at large. That may be otherwise neglected. History has proven time and again that a woman is not given equal opportunity than a man. She's not given equal circumstances. Though that might be changing, but not of more provisions. If taken away, a woman's voice and opportunity will be taken away as well. How will her opinions be heard? A man will not be able to voice out a woman's opinions, her rights, that well as a woman may be. Can he tell her opinion? No. So how can you guarantee that a woman's voice will be heard and that changes will be brought? That will largely affect her. So a woman's representation is quite necessary. Thank you.
So, hello, myself Bala Raval, and today I am speaking against the motion. So, first of all, I don't think the reservation is relevant at this time because the reservation bill was first introduced in 1996. At that time, women were not capable enough, or maybe they were not given the opportunity. But now the time has changed, and nowadays women are capable enough to earn that position and get elected for their position. They are given the opportunity if they want to. And the idea of reservation counters the major right of a human, equality. It will be unequal for men and women if women are getting 1/3 of the reservation. And because of this reservation, women will not be able to compete on merit. So also it will lower their status in society that they don't have to compete for the position. And women are a homogeneous community, they are not minority, so they should not be relevant for reservation as the other part.
Without reservation, how can we guarantee that an equal amount of women will be elected into the parliament? How will we guarantee that her voices and her opinions will be heard? As you say that the bill was passed, well, there was a women's reservation bill that was introduced into the Lok Sabha, but it was not voted upon for 15 days, and that is why it was lapped. If the women representation was not needed, why did they not vote on the bill? As you say that
So I would like to say the government bodies or political system are the main structure of the country. They don't need any gender, they need best of the best people. If women are the best, they should get that opportunity by themselves. They don't need opportunities. Like people are fighting, women are fighting feminism. They are saying that they need equal rights. Then why do they need to snatch that away from men? They can earn that. Like men are not getting the reservation, they are earning that. Then just like that, women should also fight for it and earn it through that.
India has always, there is this unpopular mindset in India that a man is better, he is a better leader, he can bring more provisions, and that is why a woman, no matter how much campaigns she makes, that is why no matter how much campaigns she makes, her voices will not be heard that much. She will not get that much chances to be represented. The reservation, it gives the women that yes, in lots of cultures, in lots of spheres of life, like the social sphere or the economic sphere of life, a woman's voice, she's discriminated. So the government, it gives the reservation, through the reservation, it gives the women assurance that yes, you can go out there, you can make a change. You can get changes that will affect and that will bring influence on not only on your political life but also your social and economic life.
For the discrimination, there is a need of societal change, not as legislative change. If they want, they can get it.
And the societal change will come through giving her an opinion, giving her a voice, but that voice is being.
If a woman is better at work than men, then they will get the opportunity. They want the,
and that is why which they are not. This has been going on for decades. The women, they have been trying, but that there was no, there has been very little work on that, or there has been very little outcome. So that is why the reservation is needed, so that they do get an opportunity. There is assurance. That is their insurance, if you say.
But it should be on the level of competence, not on gender biases.
they have to get it. They are not a problem. It's not like that we don't need women. We obviously need it, but if they are
How do you
compatible
say without the reservation that there will be
men are not getting
women-
reservation, they are getting the position.
But they are being elected. How do you say the
So women should also get
that can't get an
to be
opportunity
elected.
through the reservation? How will she get the opportunity to go out there? How
Just
do you
like
guarantee
men are
that her
getting,
voice-
men
So the society, there are women that are trying, but the women are trying. Their voices are not being heard because the society thinks that the man can lead, and that is why they are trying to change. Once there is change, once the ideology that yes, a woman can bring as much change, that she is competent enough to go out there, once she can get elected, the reservations will not be needed. But till then, you need reservations. Till the ideology changes has not been brought.
But if the woman is enough, you think women are enough to get, then they should get it on their own
So
self.
the women that
with
are
their own
elected,
skill.
that are there through the reservations, are they not competent enough?
So they should compete with the men. There is no competence. They are getting 33% reservation
Even
without
if
any
they
competence.
compete, what is the assurance, what is the guarantee that they will be elected? There can be chances, there can be cases. So they are, because men will get elected, but the women, they do not have that much voice. The society
They have to
pressure-
create their voice even if they can
And that is
Okay, so my question is to Navya about, you were talking about society not accepting women as a leader, but in India we have 48 or 49% population of women only. So are you saying that women themselves are not believing in women?
No. It's not about not accepting them. It's basically the ideology that has been going on for decades that a man is obviously a better leader, that he can lead better, he can bring more
So
changes.
do women also believe in this ideology?
Maybe some, but there are women that do not, and they believe that I will support the ideology that their opinions matter. A male's opinion and a female's opinion on a particular topic will differ. But if they are not given equal representation on the voting, their opinions may not be heard. And that is why through reservations, you can, the parliament can hear both the opinions. They can come with a decision that will have both of their acceptance, the male popularity and the female popularity.
Do you inherently believe that there are biases in an Indian family unit as far as girls are concerned?
There are, but not in the parliament. Parliament is a thing which is divided. It is not divided. It should be equal. If men are getting the opportunity, then
Where do
women will
people reach? How do people reach parliament?
through elections.
And where does this exercise start?
Ground concept.
At the home.
हाँ.
At the home. So my question again, I come to it. If you feel that there are biases at that level, and somewhere women themselves are responsible for these biases because it is the mother which brings up the daughter. Okay, lots have changed, but it still intrinsically remains somewhere. So don't you think that there is need for some sort of protective endeavor which ensures a change in mindset and takes this further?
I don't think at a legislative level it is needed a reservation. We need a societal change. We need to make people think that women are capable enough and they will get the opportunities.
My question to you, it has been the experience in this country that anything once given can never be taken back. So if for a limited period of time, let us say reservation is given, as has happened in the case of other reservations, do you think there is any chance of ever being? Or it will end up being institutionalized and the biases will also get institutionalized?
I think, I don't think that they will ever be returned, the reservations will be returned, but the reservations will definitely help the change in ideology, that we can go out there, we can make a change for ourselves, for the children. My child will not grow up with the same societal pressure that I may be growing up with. So I have
there is someone out there that through the reservation also is representing my opinion, is representing my voice. So yeah, I think it is needed. Reservation is definitely needed.
Thank you.
So my question to you is, that there are three powers: social, economical, and political. Unfortunately, in India, women don't have social power right now. Women don't have economic power. But why is it wrong to provide them some political power? Political power will lead to social and economic power. That was the basis of reservation for caste. So why can't it be implemented to gender as well?
It will be unequal opportunity for the men and women both.
See, that is the difference. Equality and equity are two different things.
Equality, I'm talking about equality.
Yeah, so it is equity that is what we are doing. If women are already at a disadvantage, giving them a push comes under equity and not equality.
Even if they get reservation, there is no guarantee that they are going to bring a change.
Alright, all of you are supposed to stay here 5 minutes and you all get results of who the top 16 people moving into the next round of group discussion are.